Today is March 21st, 2024, and I will call our meeting to order at 9 o'clock straight up. If you could rise with me and join in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Would you please call the roll?
Yes. Commissioner Carr?
Here.
Commissioner Gunther?
Here.
Commissioner Hayden?
Here.
Commissioner Long?
Here.
Vice Chair Shepard?
Here.
Chair Stein?
Here.
Commissioner Wells?
Here.
All present.
Thank you. Item 4 on our agenda is public input. Anyone wishing to come before this body and speak on issues regarding the Community Redevelopment Agency, please do so now. We'll use the microphone at the very end of the table down here for anyone that would like to speak. Seeing none, we'll move on to item number 5. Business on the agenda today. Item A, compactors in city parking lots. I'll turn it over to city staff.
Morning, Commission. Terry Schweitzer, Solid Waste Manager, City of Cape Coral. This presentation is just to give an overview on disposal options, compactors for the CRA, for city-owned property. And
Sir, can you use the microphone for the recording?
oh, sorry. You want me to start again?
No, you're fine.
Okay. And it's going to be for the city parking lots, Club Square, Iguana Mia, and Big John's. So we're going to talk about the current disposal situation, compactor options, a couple other options, underground refuse system, above ground refuse system, and then big belly compactors as well. So current disposal, as we probably all know, is our front load dumpsters that are in enclosures, right? We know there's some issues with unsightliness. The enclosures are taking up some needed space. Increased maintenance, not only on the enclosures, but also on the containers themselves. There's illegal dumping going on, and then once you have that illegal dumping, if the enclosures aren't kept clean, start attracting the vermin, the rice, rats, mice, birds, insects. And then the other thing we have in the CRA are the waste baskets along the sidewalks on Cape Coral Parkway and Southeast 47th. There is some litter associated with that, the same types of vectors of rats, mice, birds, and insects. Garbage picking can go on. There is no recycling, and we often get calls for the baskets being overloaded for people just throwing away their trash. So in Club Square, there's six front load dumpsters, 1 cardboard dumpster, and 1 can and bottle dumpster. So the cardboard dumpster is here, and then there's front load containers here. The can and bottle dumpster is here, which basically is used by Dixie Roadhouse for their waste. And then there's the other front load containers here. These are the approach aprons for the trucks when they come on. Big John's Plaza, there's 2 enclosures holding 4 dumpsters each, which down here, right here, and right here. And then there's 1 enclosure holding 2 front load dumpsters, which is at the far east end, 1 enclosure by Cape Cabaret with a 3-yard, and then there's an enclosure right here that does not have a dumpster in, it's just used for parking. Somebody parks in there on a regular basis. And then in Guadamia, there's 5 enclosures holding 6 containers. Here, and here. So Cape Coral Parkway, this is a map. This shows the location of the 36 waste baskets that are waste cans. They're on Cape Coral Parkway, Southeast 47th. Waste Pro dumps those on a regular cycle. That's part of their contract, is they have to come through and empty those. So CRA, current trash disposal, overview, unsightly enclosures, unsightly containers, illegal dumping. We have issues with garbage odors. Again, the rats, mice, insects. They take up parking spaces roughly, right now, if we move to a compactor type situation, we could probably free up 20 parking spaces in the city-owned, roughly, city-owned areas. Multiple trips by the trucks onto the parking lot, so the front load containers are emptied 3 times a week. The couple of positives, there's no additional equipment needed. They just sit there, and capital costs are, we don't, other than maintaining the enclosures, we have no capital involved. These are some recent photos just showing the container enclosure where there's 4 containers in there. They use it for extra storage. The lids are open all the time, which attracts birds, mice, things like that. These are the vinyl fencing. As you can see, they tend to fall apart easily because they're open 3 times a week, and it's light material. This is in the Iguana Mia parking lot. It's a little heavier duty gates, which are nice. Concrete enclosure, but again, we have issues with, not getting the garbage in the container. Another photo here. This is the cardboard container in Club Square. We frequently have to get this cleaned out by some of the businesses because they just throw stuff over the top. Not so much the business owners as it is their cleaning crews at night. They may not have a key. We have to and make sure the key's got to get passed down. We've actually watched other people illegal dumping and that kind of stuff go on. This is the container by the Italian restaurant at the far east end of Big John's. Again, just kind of showing a little uneven on the gates, dumpster outside because they have no recycling in Big John's. And then this is one of the containers by Cabaret. Just shows it's just a 3-sided, no gate. It looks unsightly, right? You got a rusty dumpster sitting there. Just some other photos here of wastebasket showing it almost full. Another one, some more photos of enclosures not cleaned up. The dumpsters get rusted out, the burned out, graffiti, things like that, and then just some more of the litter in the enclosure. So compactors. The thought process, look just at a high level, looking at it, where the 4. We could probably put 4, not probably, we could put 4 compactors, 2 in Club Square and 2 in Iguana Big John's, where the enclosures are that hold the 4 containers each. There's a couple options. These are all, what we would do is self-contained, because then you don't have to worry about the juices and things like that falling on the ground. So what we see here, this is a ground-fed side-load. So this side-loaded container, what would happen here, it would sit in there, there'd still be the gates for the truck to pick up and bring back the dumpster, but then there'd be a smaller gate where people would, businesses would bring their garbage in through, load it in a hopper. I don't know if anybody's seen these anywhere, like apartment complexes sometimes having this set up. This is a little better option. It's self-contained, and also it's got a side chute, so there would be no entrance into the enclosure other than needing to service a compactor, pick it up, empty it. Businesses would have keys or locked, a keypad of some way to gain access and just throw their garbage in the chute that would feed into the compactor. That way it's not laying on the ground, it's not thrown over the top. And this is basically the same setup. It's just got an end chute, double doors, and it would feed through the wall as well. This is a very similar, they look the same, it's just a little bit smaller. So some of the things with the compactors, they come as small as 10 yards, you get them up to 35 cubic yard compactors. 35 cubic yards would hold at least a week's worth of garbage, so there would be less frequency of the trucks in and out of the parking lots. So here's some setups, some photos that I've grabbed off the internet. This just shows one, typical setup with a end chute, but there's no gates or anything on it. It's like a wood type structure. This one is the concrete, as you can see, it's high, right? So it's not visible from the street. This is that door where a gate where the people would go in, throw their garbage, and at the other end is where they would pick it up from with a truck. And then here's just another example of a concrete type enclosure. Again, the reason for this, it would not take up any additional parking. We could use the existing parking structures, the enclosures. So we wouldn't have to add additional space. So pros, as we saw, improved aesthetics, less truck traffic. We could gain some parking spaces in the CRA and eliminate front load enclosures, especially along Southeast 47th Street and within the parking area itself. Some cons, higher capital costs. Rough estimate, talking to some of the vendors and with our electricians, it would cost anywhere upwards of $50,000 to have one unit installed. Typical is going to be about $36,000 for the cost of the compactor and installation, but then it depends on how it's going to be set up, right? If it's through the wall feed, it's just sitting there, or is it just sitting there by itself? They do require periodic maintenance, as we would understand, because there's electric motors that are driving hydraulic pumps. So there is some maintenance, preventative maintenance, and of course they would use electricity, so it'd be somewhat of an electric bill.
Terry, how many units, if this was an item selected, how many units do you think we'd need?
4.
One in each of the parking lots?
Probably 2. I would say 2. We could maybe get away with 1, but 2. I'd recommend 2 in Big John's, 1 at each end, and then 2 in Club Square. Thank you.
So just for some financial comparison, so 1 unit at 50,000 and we need 4 would be about 200,000.
Yeah.
Compare that to if we could gain 20 spaces. Right now, a surface space for us, all in capital construction costs about 15,000. So we're talking 400,000 compared to 300,000. So it'd be about 100,000 more than if we had to buy 20 additional spaces. But we get all the additional aesthetic and operating value for that delta.
Is there not a need in the Iguana Mia lot?
We could put one there as well. If that was something that the board would like to look at, absolutely. That would make it 5 total if we wanted to put one there.
Yeah, there's only one restaurant in that lot though,
Yeah.
whereas Club Square and the others have 3 or 4 restaurants in each.
Right. Yeah. So economically, it'd have to be a decision that would be made. But there could be a 5th one there. But that's why I didn't really talk about it too much, because of that situation. So underground refuse system. Last year, I went to a SWANA convention, Solid Waste Association of North America, for the Florida chapter, and a company, underground refuse system, did a presentation on this. We did a field trip to Kissimmee, to their they had set up at City Hall. And what you're looking at, this is the actual unit to where the garbage goes in, or recycling, and then it's all underground. It's installed underground. It's all under, and we'll talk a little bit more about it. But some of the stuff what the gains that you get out of it. This is downtown Kissimmee, if I remember right, and they're putting these in downtown in their CRA. So it's better aesthetics, right? You're not having a dumpster corral. You're not having a dumpster sitting out there. And we'll talk a little bit more about it, but if there's a little video I want to play to show you what it's all about. Let's see if I can get this to play.
Oh my gosh!
Unveiled its new underground waste system, and it is the first of its kind in the country. The city hopes this will get rid of odor, public trash containers, and keep some of that trash off the streets.
Watch News' Gail Pascal Brown looked at the new technology and shows us how it works.
This is a first in the city of Kissimmee, the first in the United States for that matter, in disposing garbage in the city. This is an underground waste container system used all over Europe, but making its debut in the city of Kissimmee. This is state of the art, something right out of the Jetsons.
Absolutely. We needed to solve a problem in our downtown area. We have a very compact area, and the dumpsters that have been in use for many, many years just weren't cutting it any longer.
This system is an underground trash container. More than 6 cubic yards of trash can be placed here. That's about 12 to 15 96-gallon cans of trash. It's 11 feet deep in a 5-ton concrete bunker. The container is then lifted by a crane system onto this auto car truck that collects the solid waste, then takes it to the landfill.
You know, it's going to make it aesthetically pleasing to the downtown area. It keeps the smells more enclosed into the system. It keeps out the vermin and pests.
Our desire right now is to cover the downtown area, which is about a 10 square block area. That's our most dense area. The cost is relatively comparable to a traditional dumpster setup.
This truck, $475,000, about $14,000 each for the below ground unit and $3,000 for this above ground unit. Partnering with Underground Refuge Systems, the future is now. And the system has a key to curtail any illegal dumping. In Osceola County, Gail Pascal Brown, West 2 News.
Now, the city of Kissimmee is also working with the city of St. Cloud on this venture in regards to the hauling off.
All right. So, not only did Kissimmee has it, Clearwater Beach has it too, because I know when we were first talking about this, my concern was the water table, right? And how that was gonna affect us. But talking with Clearwater Beach, they've got them right along the beach. I forget the name of the street right along the beach, but they have 7 of them that they've put in down there, and they work just fine. What are the pros? As you heard in the video, eliminates garbage odors, prevents nuisance animals, improves aesthetics. Storms won't affect them. Litter, all of the things. There's sensor technology that will monitor the fullness level, so it will let the hauler know, let ourselves know when they need to be picked up. Some of the cons. Requires a separate truck to collect, and the video was 400 and something thousand. That was in 2019, but I spoke with the company that builds them. Now they're down to about 280,000. With that being said, we could do a dual use. They have them where they can outfit a grapple truck. They'll also pick up the unit, so you get a dual use. So we'd have another grapple truck or use an existing truck to set it up to be able to pick up the containers. Capital costs install, $35,000 a pair. So they don't have to be installed in pairs, but if we wanted to do recycling, downtown and promote it more, they will set them in as a pair, MSW and recycling. Otherwise, it'd be half the cost for one. And then the above ground is all it is a fancier dumpster that we could have them wrapped. It's a little neater, a little cleaner, and we just have to build the pad. Those run 3,700 to 4,300. They come from a 3 cubic yard size to 5 cubic yards.
Terry, go back to one slide. And the bottom, on the right-hand picture, you can see that below-ground unit next to this above-ground. They're side by side.
Right here. Yep. Thanks, Mike.
How many cubic yards do they hold?
The above ground?
No, the below.
Below, it's 6 cubic yards. 6 cubic yards. And there's no compaction or anything, so it's loose. So they would still need to be serviced as frequently as the front load. It's just
About saltwater intrusion, any concern there with any of the components that's underground as it relates to storm surge?
No, so what they have on that is there's a well, and then they have a pump system that pumps the water out, but it's enclosed, so Clearwater has had no problems with saltwater intrusion. It's galvanized metal, that type of material, so.
So these things are meant to replace dumpsters?
Yes.
The opening doesn't seem very big, I mean, compared to what obviously a dumpster has.
Correct. And one of the things, what happens, right? So the dumpsters aren't designed to hold the big bulky stuff. The businesses are to call that in separately to get that picked up. And that's where some of the issues happens in these corrals, is they'll bring out furniture, old furniture, large boxes or what have you, and then they just throw it in the corral and it just sits there. Because Waste Pro is not required to pick it up unless they're called. And I will say, they shouldn't, because when I was in the business, if somebody picked something up that was in a corral, it could be used for storage, like a rack, a baker's rack or something. Next thing you know, Waste Pro's got to replace it because they took it. So that's why they leave it until they're called to pick it up.
But even a trash bag, I mean, that opening, I mean, just from the appearance of it, it looks too small for even a good-sized trash bag.
It's a good size. It'll hold a trash bag. And there was we went to another place in Kissimmee too, an apartment complex that put those in for their buildings, but it will hold trash bags.
Commissioner Shepard?
Do you know the cost savings for like when we have 4th of July or big events? We do put trash cans out there, but they're overflowing like almost immediately. I see these underground units, probably not even having to bring extra trash receptacles if they hold 6 cubic yards. I mean, do you know how much trash is accumulated on an event like that when we do put out the extra cans?
I don't have the number, but I do know that Waste Pro, like for Red, White, and Boom, they have a 20-yarder that they pick up. So there's at least 20 yards of garbage that's through an event like that.
So if we had these underground units along Cape Coral Parkway, it would probably be able to handle an event like that.
Yes. You know, then they'd just be there for the public. The thought would be then just replace. We wouldn't have any litter baskets. There'd be these types of units there. You know, there's other options, right? Not outside the CRA. If this was something down the road, it could go, parks and other locations as well.
We also had the cost of sending people out to pick up all the trash after an event because people had nowhere to put it.
Correct.
Commissioner Long?
Thank you, Chair. Forgive me, Chair, I'm moving a little slow this morning. So I just want to be clear that we shifted gears when we moved from the compactor to what we're now discussing with regards to the nature of how the trash is going to be disposed of. This is more along 47th, et cetera, as far as just a typical disposal that the public would utilize as they sort of wander through the city. The reason I ask is because we're talking about garbage bags going in them, which confused me because you don't typically see that from the pedestrian traffic.
Right. It would hold, pedestrian traffic, right? The McDonald's bags and stuff like that as well. The reason I added this is compactors was the initial discussion, and as we talked about it, in the staff, my thought was, okay, if we're going to talk about compactors, let's talk about a couple other options, just so they're all on the table and
I agree.
give you guys some room to thought. But
they're two distinct sort of purposes.
I mean, we could put these in the city parking lots like Big John's and that in place of compactors. And then you would free up even more space. Because really all they're throwing out, as we just talked about, restaurant garbage and trash bags and stuff as well. That's all that should be going in those front load containers. So it could go in this underground refuse system as well. Okay. So instead of having a compactor, we could go to this system.
That works.
And that would even open it up even more, and it just, improved aesthetics as well.
Commissioner Gunter?
Thank you. Just real quickly, the trash removal currently in the city on city parking lots, the city is providing those dumpsters and paying for those dumping fees, is that correct?
That's paid through the CRA. The CRA has, I don't know how they split the cost up, but each of the businesses that are on those city parking lots contribute.
That was my next question. Are the businesses that are utilizing the dumpsters, is there a monthly, quarterly, yearly fee for those businesses to be able to utilize these facilities?
I will have to defer that to Gwen. I do know that Waste Pro sends out a monthly billing statement to all the commercial customers, so that would be a monthly cost. What it is off the top of my head, I don't have that number right now, but I can certainly get it to you.
Okay. And the only reason I ask is, most businesses throughout the city, one of their requirements is to have a dumpster at their facility. And I think that's important information to see if those particular businesses that surround the city parking lots, if they're paying a fee. If so, what that fee is. I would be curious to know what those fees are. And maybe you'll have this additional information. You don't have to provide it now in your presentation, I don't think. I'd kind of like to know, are the businesses paying all the dumping fees, so the CRA is not paying any fees for those dumpsters?
Right. The way the commercial is set up, Commissioner, is the tipping fee is paid by Waste Pro. So they build that into their fee of whatever their annual the commercial rate sheet that the council approves. So whatever that number is per, so for an 8-yard, whatever the number, I don't know off the top of my head, but for an 8-yard that goes 3 times a week, you know, for all the 8 yards in the CRA that in the city parking lots, that number is, you know, whatever that total number is, and then that's split up amongst the businesses in those areas.
Okay.
But we can certainly get you all that information.
Commissioner Shepard?
You're gonna be thinking with these underground units, if each of the businesses had their own, or they were scattered around, we wouldn't even need the large compactors, correct? And they have small amounts, but none of these businesses are really throwing away large objects anyway, and if they are, that's for special pickup. So.
That is correct. Yep, and
We can even gain more parking,
absolutely.
and it would be more aesthetically pleasing than having these big compactors.
It could be built into the landscaping, and it wouldn't actually even be on the asphalt or the parking area. It could be as part of the, you know, on the curb versus in the parking lot.
There
It
is
could
no
even get more
signs of
parking.
really trash dumpsters at all.
Right.
And 6 cubic yards per business is probably fine. And anything they're throwing away isn't large objects, and if they are, it's a special pickup. Yeah, I think that would be a big change.
Terry, quick question. We saw that underground unit being pulled up out of it. From that point, what happens with the trash in the receptacle? How does that get into a takeaway vehicle, so to speak? And my thought is with the width of the road that we're talking about, and whatever the frequency with which these trucks would go down and pull the unit out of the ground, how much interruption of traffic would be there with whatever, however that's mechanized to get the trash out of the receptacle and into a takeaway vehicle?
So it's very similar to a grapple truck. It picks it all the way up and then, you know, hovers it over the top of the truck, and then they have a remote control that opens up the bottom and it dumps in, and then they pack it, and then they, you know, close it back up, set it back down. There is some traffic disruption. Typically what happens, you know, from being in that part of the business, they know that parking lot's gonna get busy at, you know, whatever time they open. They're gonna be there at like 5 in the morning when there's no traffic.
I was thinking more of the
Typically.
street, more the ones, if they were placed along the street for the pedestrian traffic, the two things that were at least had the question was, how does that affect the traffic flow on a relatively narrow Southeast 47th? And the treescape that we have in there, if these are being pulled out of the ground and moved around to be dumped into a receptacle, how does that all play out?
So typically it'd be just like a regular trash truck that, you know, when it's going down the street, it's gonna be there for a certain amount of time, and people are gonna have to go around it until they're done. It's literally, you know, maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes, depending. When we watched the whole cycle, it was like 2 minutes total from picking it up, emptying it, and setting it back. So that would be the typical disruption. Because of the, you know, the size, the cubic volume, 6 cubic yards, if that was something that was thought about putting them down the street, you know, we would work with a company to determine how many would be needed, the spacing, that kind of thing. It wouldn't be like there's 36 of them all the way down Cape Coral Parkway. There'd probably be 4 or 5, something along those lines.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
One more thing, can you give us the difference from using the underground units versus a large compactor?
the difference, the cost?
Cost, yes, like one compactor and how many underground units would take the place of that?
Well, you would look at, so a compactor, 35-yard compactor is probably gonna go once a week with a compaction, because it's about a 3-to-1, 4-to-1, depending on the pressure setup. So it only go once a week. The underground does not have any compaction. So it's still, as an example, if we were to put them in where there's an 8-yard now that goes 3 times a week, it's still gonna go at least 3 times a week. So there's no benefit there. The benefit is there's no moving, quote-unquote, moving parts, right? There's no maintenance, no motors or compactors or hydraulics on the underground system. So it's basically maintenance-free for the most part.
What I like about the underground system is if we went to that system, instead of having multiple systems, if we could enforce having that one system, and as the downtown develops, get the different developers to install these in their projects. So it's more of a universal system.
It definitely, it is, and it's more, in my opinion, they're more aesthetically pleasing, right? Especially when you're wanting to do something with a downtown area, parks and landscaping, things like that.
Yep, and they are blight, so we're getting rid of blight.
Mm-hmm.
Waste Pro wouldn't be able to pick those up, we'd have to get our own truck, but does Waste Pro have the capability of picking up a compactor?
They would have the capability of picking up a compactor.
So it wouldn't cost any extra for us to get a truck or fit a truck for a compactor?
Now, for the compactors, we would not need to get another truck.
Now, are these systems able to be locked? Because a lot of the restaurants and stuff, right now we lock them in a gate. A compactor, you could have a key to open up and use, which would stop public dumping, but these above the ground small
These would
units.
sit there.
would
I will
they be able
find out an answer to see
would
if
be
they
able
are
to stop
lockable.
Public dumping too, because that
I'll
could be
find out for
another
sure.
issue that would come up, because if those businesses are paying their share for that dumpster, obviously they're gonna wanna not have it full when they go to dump, their bottles and food and everything.
Absolutely. I'll get back to the board on if they're lockable or not. Okay. So the last compactor piece I wanted to talk about is Big Belly Solar Compactor. I became aware of these 20 years ago when I was working with a company. But what they are is very similar to the underground, except they're above ground. As you can see, McKinney, Texas has them. Philadelphia was the first major city to put them in. They put them in at all their bus stops because they were having issues with the litter baskets as well. This is, I forget where this is, but again, they're showing, there's different combinations. There's 3 lined up here. This is at I think this was at Berkeley campus out California. They have them as well. A couple of things about them. They can be wrapped, as we can see here, much like the power boxes that we have around the CRA. I know some communities and municipalities that put these in. Also, these side panels are interchangeable, and they'll actually generate some revenue from them by advertising. So if somebody wanted to advertise their business, they could go on there. Some of the pros, they would replace existing open waste baskets, again, going in the aesthetics, clean, beautiful places, and removing the blight. They don't overflow, no visible waste, they're not windblown, no litter. They do have, they're solar powered, and they have a compactor in, 5-to-1 compaction ratio. So for every time that litter, we could, 5 litter baskets full of garbage before it would have to be dumped, so it'd be less frequency. I know some, and I don't know if anybody goes to Chick-fil-A, some Chick-fil-A's have these in their lobby area where you throw away your garbage on the way out. I don't know if you ever noticed it, but if you open up that door and throw it in, that's what these are. They just have them hooked up to electric.
They're in the Atlanta airport as well.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Thank you, yeah. It's really nice. Some of the cons, obviously, they're higher costs than a traditional waste basket. $1,900 is just for the standalone recycle unit, just sits there. It does not have a compaction on the recycling. Up to all the bells and whistles at $4,825 per unit. That's 150 gallons, which is even bigger. It'll hold more trash. It has electronic monitoring. It'll let you know when it's full. Does everything. And that's the presentation, so.
Question.
Go ahead.
Would Waste Pro pick up those, the last one?
Yes, Commissioner, they would. Yeah, they would, there's a key, it's, you know, if they unlock it, pull the waste basket out, there's a liner, dump it, put it back in and set it up.
Commissioner Welch?
Yeah, thank you. Is there a way that we could, survey the current trash cans we have out there and find out which ones are filled up more?
We can do that.
Or more frequently overflowing? Because I think this last option, the big belly compactors, being that they're solar, it's gonna compact it, it's gonna look better. Maybe we could start a pilot program, find the 3 or 4 that are the most used, and then maybe test them out and see how they work, because for the cost and things like that, I could definitely support a few and see how it works before we put something like that all over the downtown. I think the cost is a lot less in the underground, and aesthetically, now you're keeping everything enclosed, so it does, trash isn't blowing everywhere, and so that would be something I could support.
Terry, real quick, how many gallons did you say that the Big Belly was?
50
Large?
gallon up to 150 gallon.
And Terry, those would be meant more to replace is it 32 receptacles that we're talking about?
36.
The 36.
The 36. That's the application of those that you're, giving us the information to consider.
Correct. And they're, they're heavy, so they're not, so they could be moved around. So again, going to like events, special events, they could be lined up if we wanted to move them, put them wherever. We needed to set them for an event. And when I talked to the company that distributes them in this area, he was willing to come down and do an assessment to see. So that would work into a pilot program. Where are the most heavy? Just off the top of my head, probably near where the restaurants are. Is probably the most heavily used, but we could definitely do that. So for sure.
And is there any, at 36, at just short of $5,000 a pop, is there any negotiation with them if we order in large numbers?
There is. They give us a discount at 10 or more. So.
Okay, Commissioner Carr.
Thank you. How much are the cans that we use now, the green ones?
I'll get that number for you. They've been here for years. I don't know what the original price was, but I'm sure it was a lot less than even 1900.
And the removal of those is included in our current contract with Waste Pro, the removal of the trash.
Correct.
And we're having trouble with overflow on some of them, or from time to time.
Yeah, usually 2 or 3 a month. We get a call that they're overflowing or something's happening.
So adding more green cans is also a possibility, correct? Because those
Yes.
are just, they're not bad looking cans from what I remember. Just speaking for myself, if there's a can close, I'm gonna throw my trash in it, right? If the can is not close, I'm less apt to throw where it should go.
And that would be a good part of the pilot to see where
Honestly, I think those solar ones are nice, maybe certain specific locations. I think adding more green cans that people can use more readily is a better way to go in my eyes, from a cost perspective and also a use perspective, because they're already being picked up in our contract. And if we add a lot of those, we may eliminate the issue of overflow as well. Just my thought on that. As far as the other ones that replace dumpsters, the underground units, I think they're nice. I don't know, I think the logistics of that, I'm still having some trouble with from the typical ones, but I'd be open to more discussion about that. But I just don't see how they would be functional in the current application that we have for dumpsters now. Maybe some of the locations, I don't know if I'd go all the way with it, but that's all I have. Thanks.
One thing, I just wanted to, so the Big Belly compactor, what is the compaction rate on that? Is it 5 to 1?
5 to 1.
So we would either need to have 5 times as many cans as one of those, or we would be increasing storage by 5 times on a 1-to-1 basis.
Correct.
And that is serviced from a traditional truck?
Correct.
Like a rear throw? Okay.
Okay. All right.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Gunter.
So I guess staff is looking for some type of direction today, or is this?
The reason we presented this before the next discussion is because if you recall at the last workshop item, you all wanted us to change the dumpster enclosures and harden them. And if we're going to go a different route with our collection methods, we don't want to waste that money. Right? So if we're going to go to an underground system or a compactor system, this last one is more an option for Cape Coral Parkway and 47th, where the public is using them. But the first two options were, hey, if you want to go with it, if the board wants to go with a different direction with collection, then hardening what we have now in the dumpster enclosures would not be a good use of money. We'd rather use that money in switching over to the dumpster enclosures, and then we'll put a new enclosure around those. So that's kind of the reason for this is more information aside from just fixing what's out there now, because that may not be the best system you want.
And also, I see this as basically two components. You have the larger type with our dumpsters, whether it's, we keep the dumpsters that we have now, you go to a compaction type above ground dumpster, or the below system that you showed us. So there's three options for that. Like the big belly and those, to me, I think seems to be where we could strategically place those, maybe the 2 or 3 areas where we have overflow trash issues now that you said we get calls 2 or 3, or we add some additional cans like Commissioner Carr said. So I'm just trying to figure out exactly which you're trying to get from the board here today in the direction. I understand that, we directed staff to come up with some type of a plan so we're more resilient with our enclosures. And I understand if we're gonna go in a different direction, we need to decide that first. So is that the decision you're looking at?
Yeah, I was gonna say, why don't we hear the next presentation, and then maybe we can circle back to this. So for the purposes of the dumpsters, keep options 1 and 2 in mind compared to hardening what we have. And then also keep in mind that, at 20 spaces at 15,000 a piece, that would be 300,000. We would be gaining $300,000 worth of space for 4 compactors at 50,000. We'd only be spending 200,000. So there's some monetary savings there, or we could just keep what we have, not realize the 20 spaces, harden the systems we have, replace the vinyl, add metal, put the shiplap siding on them, or if you think after we hear the next presentation that one of these other options is better, then we can have a total discussion.
Can I ask a question?
You're second. Commissioner Shepherd.
The other part that I'm looking at is, I look at the CRA as a clean slate. We have new construction going on, and the way I see things now is.
Sorry about that.
What I'm trying to do is, we're here trying to decide how to fix a problem with unsightly dumpsters. Yeah, we're gonna weigh out costs and things like that. What I'm looking at is downtown, we're like a clean slate, and we're planning the future. And we have new projects going on. And as it stands right now, if somebody's building a new commercial project, they're gonna build one of these corrals and they're gonna put the typical dumpster in it. Like we're trying to get rid of now. So the way I'm looking at it is I want us to pick the right system that works for the whole CRA as a whole. So as we develop these new businesses that are built, we'll implement whatever system we pick. And that's gonna free up, like we already know, it's a system that frees up space. So it's not gonna take the future build out, it's not gonna take away parking spots. Will be less frequent pickups with trash trucks, because we're gonna have more density downtown. So we're gonna have more people, more traffic, so we wanna have less pickups. So I'm trying to look at it with making this decision as looking into the future and how it builds out. And like I said, there are businesses shortly that are gonna be pulling permits to build. And do we want them to build these unsightly corrals with the typical dumpster? Thank you.
Commissioner Cosden.
Thank you. Just to be clear about the number of parking spaces, I thought I understood that the compactor would take up all the same amount of space as the dumpsters. Is that right?
Where the corrals are that hold the 4 containers. So in Big John's, there's 2, so that they would take up basically the existing space where those are. The other corrals or enclosures in Big John's would go away, like the ones along Southeast 47. So it would just be the 2 compactors that would be there. Club Square, what would happen is where the cardboard container is at the west end, right next to that would go a compactor, so that the other remaining 3 containers, enclosures, would go away, and there'd be a parking space there. And then on the Dixie Roadhouse side, where their can and bottle recycle roll-off container is, the other compactor would go right next to that, and then the same thing, it would eliminate 3 of the enclosure spaces where the front loads are and add more spaces there.
So we gain 20 under that scenario?
Yes.
And then how many do we gain under the underground? Because then we
Well,
must get more.
we could add more, because if it was, designed correctly, it would go up curbside,
Right.
wouldn't even be in the parking lot at all, and then all those spaces would be available as well.
Okay, so there's more under
Yes.
that
Now,
scenario.
there would be more to that, because, obviously with the design and the landscaping would have to all be, designed and figured it out, but it would definitely free up. I don't know off the top of my head how many more parking spaces that would be, probably pretty close to another 20 parking
Wow,
spots.
okay.
So,
All right, thank you.
yep.
Commissioner Welsh.
Yeah, you answered my question. I was gonna say, what about recycling and cardboard, and they're gonna be staying. My only concern is, looking even further into the future. If we put these underground, and let's just say later on, we do something else with these parking lots that could, involve vertical integration. We're basically gonna be putting a building over top, where we just dug the dumpster in the ground. So I'd be more in line to going with a compactor that could be removed for future development, but also help by getting the parking that we need now. Also, if we were to go to the 1 space, I could see we line up parking spaces in front of it. How are the employees that are coming out of the back of the kitchen gonna wheel that trash can in without maybe hitting my car and dump it into these little containers with all this parking around it? So I think you need that kind of buffer between the trash and where the parking is. So I could certainly support the compactors, because it is gonna have us gain space. I could support the Big Belly in a few locations along 47th as well. And I think it's a good start. I do appreciate what Commissioner Shepherd said. We have a clean slate, let's go all out. But I think there's a lot that we have to think about the future too, of what these lots are gonna look like in 20 years, and the ability to remove what we do now. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Carr.
Just one more comment, and associated with Commissioner Shepherd's comments. I think I like what you're saying, but I think we're talking about 2 different things. We're talking about city-operated trash cans today, right? I think some of what you're saying, I believe, is about future development on private property, which I think we'd have to make other changes in the code to require certain standards that don't exist today. So I think that's something we could move towards. I don't think it's part of what we're talking about today. I just want to make sure that I'm thinking properly with the comments being made. But today we're talking about city-run, city-operated trash cans and property, not the rest of private property around the CRA. All right, thank you.
Anything else? All right, seeing none, let's go on to 5B and see how this all coordinates with 5A.
Okay, we'll continue to talk trash. All right. All right, so this is a map of the current situation where there's dumpsters and enclosures that are owned, well, all the dumpsters within the CRA downtown area, and then the city-owned enclosures. So briefly, the red and green is the city-owned enclosures. Club Square, Iguana Mia, Big John's. And then there's one down here at, Four Freedom. Is this the Four Freedom? No, I'm sorry, Four Freedom's here.
Yep.
And then this is a, one that we own, but it's, the one for here at Chester Street. Now I got my bearings straight. So this is a total list of all the enclosures, and where they're situated. So there's 21, throughout, and where the dumpsters are, the size, the type of material, more vinyl than block, and then how many dumpsters are in each of the enclosures, what kind of protective measures, gates or none, throughout. And then if there's any landscape or buffers, and then the type of finish, which it's either on concrete or on asphalt. And then how many, to answer some of the questions, how many businesses are served by each of those containers. And then these are the non-block dumpster enclosures. In Club Square, it's all vinyl, Big John's vinyl, Four Freedoms, and Chester Street is the wood one. But again, the same type of information. So, comparison, concrete block, heavy metal gates, vinyl enclosure, vinyl light duty gates. So, total estimate to convert the 15 vinyl or and the one wood enclosures to concrete would roughly be $258,000. That does not include gates. So my recommendation, if we're talking about aesthetics, et cetera, is to add gates. Will help reduce some of the illegal dumping and some of the other issues. It just looks nicer, as we saw in some of the earlier photos or the other presentation. When you're walking by, there's a dumpster sitting right there. So, and that's the dumpster enclosure presentation. Open for any questions, comments, or concerns.
Go ahead.
Would you recommend those gates be steel?
I recommend steel, heavy duty. It's just 25 years of doing it, that's my preference.
Does anyone ever close the gates? If we were to look now,
You read my mind.
I think all the gates are wide open. I don't think anybody is ever gonna.
Yes, some are closed, but you'll find them open, I guarantee you. We went over on a field trip right now, I'm sure there's some that are open.
So would it be advantageous if we do go the gate method, say steel gate, to have some kind of access?
Yeah, that's so really the
Where it
gates.
has to be shut when you're finished.
The gates really should only be there for for Waste Pro in this instance, to be able to go, open them up, dump the can, and go on their way. And then there would be a separate, smaller, like a man door type thing, right? Like a regular sized door where they walk through with the garbage. Club Square has those, for sure, but they don't use them. They still open up the gate. And the reason being, and I'm working with Waste Pro on this, all the containers are front slants, so you gotta go to the front anyway, and there's not a lot of space between where the bollards are to protect the back, so there's no way, they have to go to the front to the gates anyway. There's other style containers that can go in there so that they can use the regular door to take their garbage in. But right now, the way they're set up in there and the type of container, that it's impossible for that to happen. It really, they can't do it. So
And then the other problem is they don't shut the lids on the containers.
That's-
So as it gets windy, the trash blows out of the dumpster.
that's a big one, and it attracts the vermin, right? And that happens. You see it. I see it when I'm watching the camera. I see it all the time. The birds flying in. Could we reduce? And again, it's one of the things I'm working with Waste Pro. Do we need to increase the amount of service so that they don't overflow? Because when they get full, they continue to pile the garbage on. Then it's harder to even dump the container, and that's when stuff ends around the side too. So.
Commissioner Gunter?
Thank you. One of the things also, if we're spending money to try to make them aesthetically pleasing, then I think we have to make sure that, with the gates being open. Well, if the gates are left open, it's kind of defeating the purpose of spending the money to try to make them look better. And I know, like you said, they have the front load angled type dumpsters, but there are dumpsters of the same size that have the side sliding door. So for me, if we are going to construct a new enclosure, I think there should be two forms of access. One for the trucks that is locked, whether it's a keypad, if we make all the keypads in the city the same number, where Waste Pro only has access. And then there's a side entrance that you either go into a compaction type dumpster or a regular dumpster that has a side access panel. And I think that would be more aesthetically pleasing throughout the community. Also, I can't tell you over the years how many times I've seen people pull up to our dumpsters in the CRA area and get their trash out of their back of their pickup, out of the back of their car, and throw it in there. So that would, if we have keypad accesses for Waste Pro and for the business owners that are utilizing those particular dumpsters, I think it would probably mitigate a lot of those type of problems. You see, you know, how many times you drive down in the CRA and somebody's thrown a chair next to the dumpster. Well, you know the businesses probably didn't do that. So if we have some type of a locking mechanism on both entrances, I think it would be much better off. You know, when you look at what we're talking about here, I think we're talking about a variety of compactors for a variety of usage. For the businesses, I would support the compaction type method for those 4 or 5 units. Not only will it free up the spaces, those type of enclosures, you could have the side access, because that's how those particular dumpsters, how you put the trash in those dumpsters is from the side and not from the front. We can keep the gates locked, and Waste Pro can service them and lock the gates. Then we put the responsibility directly on the Waste Pro to make sure that the gates are shut and locked continuously, because they're the only ones with the access codes, hopefully. Some of the other cans, like the Big Belly or something, then we have some issues with the cans overflowing. If it's the same cans on a weekly basis, I think you could maybe do a pilot program with one of those, see how it's utilized. What I do like about that, it sounds like those particular cans could be picked up and moved. So if we do have a, you know, whether it's some type of function, if it's end of the year, the Christmas light festival, or if it's 4th of July, we may be able to pick those units up and place them down on Cape Coral Parkway or wherever we may need them. You know, our staff can do that, and then keep them in their regular spot throughout the year. So I would support, you know, a couple of those units to, just as a pilot program, you know, before we go to try to replace all 36. And I would only use those in areas where we're having issues. You know, the old story, don't fix it if it's not broke. If the standard cans are working, they're getting picked up in time, we don't have a problem with the trash being overflown, then I think that I would just continue in that fashion. Now, as far as the structure itself, you know, I'm for a block structure with the steel gates. It's going to be more resilient. I know we've talked about and we've used the term shiplap, and I just want to make sure the rest of my fellow commissioners, there's 2 ways in order to achieve that look. One is you build a block structure, you put furring strips on, they sell concrete board that looks like shiplap, 1x6 panels, and you install it. That's one method. The other method is you lay the concrete block, you stucco the facility, the enclosure, and you can have that same look. I do it all the time on the homes that I build. So you could have the same look with concrete. I would support that method over the method of nailing the boards up. You know, they can come loose, there could be a maintenance issue. And if I had to guess, it's probably not much difference in cost, because those concrete shiplap boards are quite expensive. And I've done whole buildings in those particular, that particular product. But there is a maintenance issue to that long term. So I would support the compaction, the 4 or 5 units that you mentioned. It's gonna free up some space. Parking lots, as we all know, parking spaces in the CRA we don't have enough as it is. So if we can move in a direction where we have a bigger type of a trash facility that can accommodate more trash, maybe less frequency as far as picking it up. We do a concrete structure with a steel gate. It's going to be more aesthetically pleasing, and I think also the making sure that we have a locking mechanism for the gate and a side entrance would be a benefit to us to make sure it's always looking good. So that's where I'm at on those issues. Thank you.
Commissioner Carr?
Thanks. Yes, I like the compactor idea as well. Where they're appropriate, we discussed, the 2 taking the place of 4 and so forth, and limiting access and all the things we discussed. I think that's the way to go, and certainly in Club Square and Big John's and the Guanamia lots. The gates being open is an issue. I like the idea of having a smaller access gate for the business owners to utilize. That would be would deter people throwing in stuff, on the sides of the dumpsters, big items and stuff like that. They shouldn't be there. I also think we need to figure out a way to raise the wall height. I know there's probably restrictions on the height today with our current codes, but whether it be continuation of the block or adding some type of steel mesh decorative to maybe match the front gate. I don't know what would be appropriate, but I think making it difficult to throw something over the top. 6 feet's not hard. You can pretty much lumber something over, even if it's real heavy. And if it was angled in, not like barbed wire, but that kind of look where it just deters people from throwing stuff over the top. Because I think that's gonna still happen. Whether we lock the gates, we keep them closed all the time or not, we're gonna find stuff in there. So I think some way to raise the wall height would be suggested. I think the list here, I think the highest one was 7 feet, and that was at Nevermind's lot. Everything else is 6 feet or less. So I think adding height in some form or fashion. The design, I like the shiplap design that you described with the way it was, with that construction over the wood element to it. I think adding some of those solar cans would be a good idea. I think those cans are great. I just I don't see them replacing the green cans. I think numbers are really important. I mean, if it's not easy to use, people aren't gonna use them. The fact they're overflowing is not a bad thing in my eyes, because that means they're being utilized and not just thrown on the ground or in the bushes. So adding some of those, I think those are a great idea. And I think because they're solar operated and they can be moved around to other locations. Just another thought too, with regards to future construction and development down in the CRA, I like the idea of incentivizing some of these mechanisms and making sure that developers are considering these options at least. Some of these things are new to me. I'm sure they're new to others as well. But if we make it easy and we just say you need a dumpster, they're gonna put a dumpster. But if we incentivize them to use other mechanisms for trash, that might get some of that done without making it mandated, just as a thought, moving forward. That's all I have, thanks.
I like the underground units simply because of cost as well. We're talking about building a fortress around these compactors. I can picture this enclosure costing over $10,000 by the time we do the structure and the doors and the keypads and everything else. So when you look at the cost of that versus these other units that are already pleasing to the eye and eliminate taking up parking spaces, I'm just trying to weigh out all the variables. So if you can get back to us on the cost of these
I'll chime in. For the most part, I think most of us know people will tend to take the path of least resistance, and as the dumpsters that we have now, one of the things that strikes me is the amount of space in some of them beyond what is needed for the actual dumpster itself. And so for the space that's in there for someone to open a door and just toss whatever they have there, rather than have to open the dumpster, throw what's in the dumpster, or, you know, the one side's kind of stacked up, and so they open it up and they see, so I'll just drop it right here. When I've seen some of these compaction units before, you don't enter anything. You press a keypad, and that will allow you to actually open the gate of the compaction unit. You don't have to actually go inside of a enclosure. Are they not making or recommending anything like that?
Yeah, there's places that just have freestanding. One that comes to mind, I used to have service back in the day, was Grosse Pointe, Michigan. They had a municipal parking lot, and they had 2 compactors that were just standalone. They weren't surrounded by an enclosure, and they had a keypad that the businesses had. They entered it, and then they open the door, throw their garbage in the hopper, and then once that hopper gets to a certain level, the sensor sees that, and then it'll cycle the compactor. But yes, they do. It's not as obviously as aesthetically pleasing, because now you just got a compactor sitting out in the middle of nowhere. So the enclosure's nice, because there are some of the businesses are going to have used oil, used grease, and they have that grease container. So for the most part, those tend to end up inside those enclosures as well. Some leave them freestanding outside, but that's also why. But if you make the enclosure too big, then they'll start using it as a storage area. So
Right. Yeah, I wasn't recommending at all that we wouldn't have an enclosure.
Okay.
I was just saying that would we need that much space inside the enclosure if we were using a compaction unit, or just enough to get to the entry door, for the compaction unit, and not give them a lesser path of resistance, so to speak.
I got you. Yeah. So what happens, like in the first presentation, we would have through the wall chute, right? Like a lot of grocery stores have them. They'll have a compactor sitting outside, but the chute goes into their receiving room or wherever, and then the workers just throw the garbage in the chute, and then it runs it. And that's what I would recommend in this situation. Then there would be no need to go in the enclosure at all. They just same thing, keypad, open it up, throw the bag in. In fact, when I first moved down here, I was staying at a apartment complex over in Fort Myers, and they had that same setup. Like, we didn't go in the enclosure at all. They had steps up to a chute. Theirs was up high, and that fed down in.
Right, and so there'd be, if you will, an access door to the refuse container, so to speak, and you'd have a code to open that up and put your trash in.
Correct.
Then Waste Pro would have the code that would allow the entire door to open to then, dump the receptacle.
They would have the gate key to get in. And what happens is the chute piece would be freestanding, and then the compactor just slides underneath it when they pick it up.
Right.
But-
Yeah, I'd be in favor of that type of a setup, and I like Commissioner Welch's idea, not necessarily just on the big bellies, but on anything that we run a trial on something before we commit to a whole bunch of something new. Let's do a trial on a compactor, see how it goes, and maybe we don't do a real permanent enclosure. Let's see how it goes. And I like the idea of the big bellies as well, to be able to move them for some of our more populated events and whatnot, so we can concentrate them in that area, and have them not overflowing, because they'll get compacted during the course of the event, and then put them back where they would normally be. And I also like the thought of not necessarily looking away of more green cans, so that it's easier access to our citizens as they walk the sidewalks and whatnot. And if some of those in the more populated areas were the underground ones, because of them getting more use and more accumulation. So I don't think necessarily that it's an either-or situation for us. I think it's a matter of knowing what the effectiveness of each one of the mechanisms is, and then using those in the appropriate areas where we are. And I think with your experience that you've got in this business, maybe to make some recommendations, hey, in this area, because of this concentration and this much of collection,
Grant, Mike, Public Works Interim Director. Yes, the next agenda item is the general discussions for electric charging stations. Staff put together a slide presentation. We also have with us Michael Fisher from Electron Charger, a local design engineer that works on charging stations. And if we can get the indulgence from the commissioners, I'd like for him to walk through, because I know that this is going to be what ifs and go into detail on what we could possibly do, installation, application, latest software, latest hardware. And he's offered to take us through that. And then staff will, maybe with his help, will answer any questions that come out of those discussions.
Any objection? Awesome.
So with that, Michael Fisher, who is the design engineer from Cape Coral, Electron Charger is the name of his company, and I'll turn it over to him until the end of, he'll walk through the presentations, and then we'll talk about recommendations, next steps, and answer any questions. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I am on the technical side of things, so if you ask me numbers, I may know some rough numbers, but I'm not an expert on sales numbers. So we have been in the charger business for about 4 years now, and we have distributed and installed about 550 units across the U.S., anywhere between Indianapolis and Cape Coral. So we have a very big footprint. We've gone through a lot of different situations. So, whether it's multifamily residential, parking garages, downtown, all the different scenarios. So we have a lot of different experiences that have sort of guided us to the best cases for each type of situation. So today what I'd like to do is just sort of help, everyone won't know much about chargers unless you own an EV today. And in that case, you probably know your home charger, you may know how to use a Tesla charger, but you may not be aware of what is commercially available for the general public to use when it's not a Tesla based situation. So in the charger world, there are 3 levels of charger. Level 1, level 2, and level 3. Level 1, typically you can receive that charger when you purchase a car. It'll plug in a 120 outlet, charges your car maybe a day, overnight, but mostly takes about a day to charge. A level 2 charger plugs in a 220 or a 208 outlet and can be hardwired or a plug-in, and that will reduce the number of hours that a car charges to 4 to 6 hours. And then we have a level 3. This is a DC fast charger. They are relatively quick. The bottom end starts at about 2 hours, and they can charge as quickly as 20 minutes. The difference is, as you go up levels, you go up prices. And so what you guys are going to be concerned with is how long are the vehicles going to park at these chargers? And in most cases, for city type of uses where the public is coming in, you would want to look at somewhere in the level 2 range, because you don't need to charge in 15, 20 minutes. The people are going to park and stay there for an hour, 2 hours in general. Technical specs on these, if you're at level 2, it's much more economical to bring in the electrical service. They run on 208 or 240 volts, which many buildings have. Once we go up to the level 3s, you need 480 3-phase service, and that is a lot more costly to bring in. So, it depends on what the situation is. The level 2s come in a variety of different packages, mounting stands, cable management, so there's a lot of options and things that keep them clean and neat and operational, keeping the maintenance down. So, mounting wise, depends on where you want to think about putting your chargers, whether they're on the sidewalk or they're in a parking lot. You can think about different options of back-to-back chargers, side-by-side chargers, maybe individual chargers. So it really depends on where your vision is for what area you want to put them in and who's going to be using them and how long they're going to be using them for. There's a lot of companies out in the market now. We probably have, I don't know, 300 or 400 competitors across the country. So there's a lot of activity in this particular area. You can look at doing different things such as purchasing them outright, purchasing it with installation, or maybe having a lease type of situation where you can lease the equipment and then have the manufacturer responsible for all maintenance on it. And sometimes they'll include a bundled installation package, if you will. So they'll find the electrical contractors, get the service brought to the chargers, and that sort of stuff. Usually, when we're talking about chargers and cost-wise, 80% of the cost of the charger is going to be your installation of electrical. 20% will be your hardware for your actual charger itself. So that's in most cases what we've found. So this is kind of a general quick overview, and I'm not sure about anybody's particular level. I'm open for any questions from any angles. So. Yes, sir.
Commissioner Gunter.
Do you have just at a 30,000 foot level, price for like a level 2 charger installed? And also, if it takes 2 hours for that particular charger to charge a vehicle, what the actual cost in electricity it is that it costs to charge that vehicle?
So the cost is the cost of electricity when you're charging a vehicle. So if you're at 12 cents a kW for an hour's worth of charge, and it takes you 2 hours or 4 hours, so how many of those kW do you consume during that hour? In most cases, a level 2 charger will be 9 to 11 kW. So within an hour, it will consume 11 kilowatts of power. So 11,000 watts of power, basically. And so in that hour, it'd be, your 11 times whatever your cost of electricity is, 12 cents a kilowatt, 11 cents a kilowatt, whatever LCEC's charging. So it's a few dollars in cost. Florida Power and Light has received permission to bill people that are charging on their chargers at 32 cents per kW. So that they sort of set the standard by getting Tallahassee to agree to the Public Utilities Commission to set that standard. There is a couple ways to look at it when you're the consumer is being billed for the charge. Obviously, you want to cover your cost of your electricity, and then you need to cover cost of maintenance and any ongoing costs, such as does the charger need a mobile network to communicate with the cloud server to authenticate the charging and collect the money and that sort of stuff. So there are some ancillary costs that are surrounding the actual hardware of the charger itself. And I assume in this case, your position, with the charger would be that the person using it would pay for enough to pay for the charge, pay for some of the infrastructure or whatever, amortized out across many, many chargers.
And approximate value of a level 2 charger installed?
They're usually, with a stand, you'd probably find them anywhere from $1,500 to maybe $2,500 with a stand.
Reasonably.
So,
and then, are you aware of any private-public partnerships that any other municipalities or counties have engaged in? And the reason I'm the one that asked for this topic to be added to the agenda, and that was mainly the reason for that, to see if there are any P3s out there where a particular company can come in, provide the charger, charge a fee of whatever they feel that they want to charge for that service, where there's no financial impact to the city. So I didn't know if there or any programs out there? That's kind of what I'm
Okay.
looking at personally.
Yes, there are. We have one set up with the city of Carmel, which is just north of Indianapolis, one of the suburbs in Indianapolis. And where, we installed all the chargers, we handle the software, and then we do a revenue share split on the income from the charging events themselves. And I think it's a 5-year lease program that's established. So basically, the city didn't have to come out of pocket with anything, and in the end, the revenue split pays off everything.
And lastly, that's kind of the direction that I was looking at, possibly going in where we enter into a P3. We provide the service to the community. It's no financial impact to the city or the CRA. We have our city lots. We also have a new parking garage at the Cove. So I don't know, and I know we get so many public parking spots there, so I don't know if that's an area that we could look at, see if the developer would be interested in some type of a P3, because at least that's enclosed out of the weather element. I'm sure that's much better than having a unit out in an open parking lot.
Correct, yeah, and sometimes, you can have different configurations. You want to consider cable management, for example. It's usually something people don't think about, but I would definitely ask for it with the charger installation. You can see how the cables are hanging up, similar to the gas pump cables. And when you don't have this, 1 out of 10 people will wrap that cable back up when they're finished. Right, the rest just leave it on the ground. So this sort of manages human nature a little bit. And we found, a lot of our salespeople around the country would end up stopping at our chargers and rewinding cables up. So we really started thinking about, let's design and manufacture cable management, because it's a huge piece of the puzzle in keeping them, not only operational, but keeping it from being an eyesore.
And lastly, my last comment is, maybe at some point, and I think we could probably get this data from the tax collector as far as registrations. I'd like to know how many electric vehicles we have registered in the city of Cape Coral, that really see what that need may be. I know this is a growing industry, but that would be some good information to have as well.
You may be surprised to learn that Florida is the number 2 state with the number of electric vehicles behind California. I'm in the manufacturing business, and I was surprised to find that out. Everybody I know drives a truck.
Chair, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Commissioner Welsh.
Yes, thank you. I have firsthand knowledge with electric vehicles. I've had my car now for almost 4 years. So from personal use and personal experience, I wouldn't use a level 2 charger aside from being at my house.
Mm-hmm.
So if we were to look into these, I would only suggest going to a level 3 for the simple fact of the time it takes on a level 2. It's more for me an overnight charge, or my car is almost dead, so I need to get a quick 10 miles. But I wouldn't see myself going to dinner and then plugging my car in for that hour. Have electric at my house, and I still had to drive my car. I found myself within the first week driving all the way to Colonial 75 just to get a charge, because I wasn't going to risk, plugging my generator into my car. that wasn't gonna work. So, I think the opportunity here, if we're looking at the parking lots that we have, doing a public-private partnership on some level 3 chargers would work, because I certainly would pay. If I was down here at work and I was running low, I wouldn't mind stopping and plugging in for 20 minutes and getting half a charge and paying for that. So that would be my recommendation, being that, for the past 4 years I've been in that vehicle.
Executive Director?
One of the cost prohibiting factors for the level 3 was having the availability of 3-phase power. If we had 3-phase power right along one of the parking lots due to the amount of restaurants we have and the need for that level of electric, would that lower the cost of what was making the level 3 prohibitive?
It would, and we've also, over the last 6 months, we've been working on a new product release, which is a 208 version of the level 3 charger, so you can have a less power service. Instead of a 30,000 watt charger, you end up with an 18,000 watt charger, but it's still level 3. It's still faster than level 2, but it takes three-phase 208, which if you have 208 in the building, you'll have 3-phase available. Because we had so many clients, car dealerships and that are required to have a level 3 charger, but they don't have 480 service. So rather than having the electrical company, LCEC come and drop a transformer and then build out from that, to your electrical panels, to everything that's required to get that service up and running, we came up with a way to do 208 just at a lower level input.
And do they work with phase converters, or is that not an option?
Phase inverters?
Converters?
Oh, converters. Yes, yeah. So it is more expensive on a level 3 for sure. The hardware itself, the charger itself, is much more expensive.
You had mentioned 1,500 to 2,500. Was that for a phase 2 charger?
Yes, sir.
And
Level 2.
to go to a phase 3 charger, how much is a lot more?
Probably 12 to 18,000 per unit. So it's a bit more. He is correct in saying that
but if I park in a level 3 spot and I hook up and I'm charged in 20 minutes, what happens if I'm in the restaurant for 2 hours? I'm charged for the 20 minutes worth of electricity, or is it time-based also?
It can be time-based. So a lot of times what the owner of the charger wants to do is charge X amount for charging, and then when the charging is over, there's a parking charge for being in that space.
Okay.
It incentivizes people to move their car out and let someone else use the charger.
So I'm not quite sure why private businesses aren't using these things. You know, I mean, I see the ones at Gulf Coast Town Center, they look vacant every time I go down there. I virtually never see a car parked there. Maybe because they're level 2, okay. I don't know, I don't know the need. I guess that's the big question for me. And giving away great parking spaces for these, I don't know that I'd want to do that at this point. Thanks.
Executive Director?
So one thing that is an option, if, you know, from our recent parking study that we did in the entire South Cape, the comfortable walking distance for the people who responded was 2 blocks, but the max was 6. So we have other parking lots, you know, the museum parking lot, we have parking right here at this building. We have Founders Park that doesn't have any parking. Just on the other side of Club Square, we could put 4 asphalt parking spots in there. We don't, when you're thinking about this, try not to box yourself into the existing, because we have, you know, 4 freedoms, we have a lot of opportunity. So if you want to do this, we can find something that can fit without eliminating front door parking for businesses, that if somebody's willing to walk from 2 to 6 blocks, they'll be fine.
Thank you for that, because I wasn't thinking that way, so that definitely helps. I'm thinking those prime spots when I'm circling the parking lot over and over again, that would be frustrating, so thank you.
Commissioner Shepard?
The other thing I wanted to say is that the lifestyle is different when you have an electric vehicle, and we have a commissioner that can tell you that. In our family, when we use ours, you're actually planning because of where the chargers are. So the chargers aren't just for the service, it's for the draw. So we could literally draw travelers that are coming to Southwest Florida. They could say, wow, let's take a pit stop in downtown Cape Coral, because there's a charger there. Just like you heard earlier, there's not a lot of these quick chargers in Lee County. So if we look at it that way too, you know, I don't think we have to put a lot of them in, but if it's a way of bringing people to our local businesses, I think that's part of our responsibility.
Commissioner Welsh?
Yeah, typically in my travels, they don't put the electric chargers or charging stations right near the front door. So as the director said, the military museum lot, I think, would be a perfect area where it keeps you close to things that you would need as someone who would be charging their car. So if we put 4 in that lot, one, it allows you to pull in quickly, charge. If you want to sit in the parking lot, fine. If you want to get something to eat, there's a Rib City right there. There's the Panera Bread right there. Or if you even want to do your grocery shopping, it's not too far to walk. And we get used to it. A lot of the shopping centers or town centers, the electric parking is in the back. So you plug your car in, you know you're walking 5 minutes, and you're not bothering people. So I do think that parking lot, looking at the city lots, would be the best location for it. I wouldn't say, let's plop a four cluster right in the middle of Big John's, because we know that gets packed. But I do see the military lot, like Mike said, or even maybe 2 in Club Square could maybe work. But we are used to walking because you're set in the back of the lots. Thank you.
Commissioner Gunter.
Thank you. I also agree with Commissioner Carr that, we have a limited amount of parking spaces in the CRA. And I kind of like the executive director's idea with picking a location and maybe adding a couple parking spaces. I got Google Earth up here now. I kind of like anything on the opposite side of the Cape Coral Parkway, because that's where a majority of the people are going. I'm looking at, Founders Park. I think you could pull directly off of the 47th Street, I think it is. Right directly off of that, right into maybe 4 parking spots. We know that will never be any additional construction there at Founders Park. So I like that idea. I know we've had some other developers approach us about the museum lot and the museum parcel that is owned by the private industry. And I know they've approached us with some type of an agreement with the parking lot there at the museum. So I would probably wouldn't support that, only because last thing I want to do is to put a lot of infrastructure in, get the 4 charging stations in, and then we have a developer come along that would want to develop that. Where you take a look at Founders Park, it's probably not going to ever be anything developed there. You can pull directly off the roadway. It's still close proximity to all the restaurants and bars over there. So I would definitely support, maybe 4 charging stations over there. I'm okay with the ones that charge a little faster, the 15 minutes. That way we could get people in and out. I like a P3 type approach. That way there's no costs to the CRA or the city. So that would be the direction that I would recommend.
Executive Director.
So I while you were all talking, I spoke with Damon about, so what we've been doing in all the Go Bond parks, if you recall from some of the ribbon cuttings, we've been putting conduit and sub panels off the main two parking spaces. We haven't put in any chargers yet, but at all of our Go Bond parks, there is the availability in the future as this technology grows to drop in a panel or charger. We have the CRA purchased 2 parking lots on Vincennes. One is north of Cape Coral Parkway, and one is south of Cape Coral Parkway. So neither one of them have started construction yet. So we're going to go ahead and we'll do the same thing. We can get the conduit ready, get the panel ready, and then whenever we make a decision, when those new parking spaces come online, we'll have some additional opportunities. But because they're not constructed yet, this is a great opportunity to get all of it into the design, so that when we do open it to the public, if we want to drop in some chargers there as well, we can do that.
Do you have 3-phase at the parks? I don't think we have 3-phase electric in those areas.
At the parks?
Where you put the conduit in.
Most of them do, because they were mostly in the south or near a school. So schools and all of our utility lift station pumps all need 3-phase. So like along Sands, there's lift stations along Sands. up at Gator Trails Park, it's right by Island Coast, so there was three-phase. There's a three-phase lift station right at Tropicana Park, so I think we're gonna be okay. Maybe Crystal Lake may be the only one that we may not have it available, but we'll at least have the conduit and the stuff ready. I can check on that, because I thought we were planning some panels for some food truck events at Crystal, so there may be three-phase there as well.
Mr. Welch?
I could see a two-spot at a park, but if we're gonna be looking at putting in electric in a parking lot, I think the minimum for each of these two lots that you're talking about would be parking for 4. Because it's kind of one of those, if you build it, they will come situations. Once people know that there's fast charging available, they're gonna come there and charge. They're not gonna drive the distance. And I think the downtown CRA area is a prime spot for that. So if we're gonna consider putting it in these new lots, I would say don't put 2. You need at least 4. 4 in each on, and with the fast charging, it'll get people in and out. So you're not gonna lose the spots that we're thinking. And like I said, if it's there, they're gonna be used. I know I would. I wouldn't risk driving home or driving all the way over to Fort Myers to do it, so.
In your experience, if you travel to those, do you time it around like dinner or a show? I'm just wondering if there's a way to tie this to some kind of like tourism or economic development. If it's gonna bring people from Fort Myers or Punta Gorda or, Sanibel, Pine Island,
I don't think it's gonna, having a charging station doesn't draw me to a certain area. Typically when I'm traveling, it'll tell me where there's charging, or if I'm going around town, like if I'm running errands or if I'm going down to Naples, I know where they're at. I do plan eating around it. Like say I have to go down to Naples for a day, I know I'm gonna probably stop out at the Colonial fast charging station, and I'll plan my lunch around that. So normally it's nice to have a restaurant within walking distance. So where I do like Founders Park, but unless, like Rusty's was open for lunch, I would probably avoid that, because I like to leave my car and go do something. I'm not gonna sit in my car for the half an hour while it's charging, so.
Yeah, and that's why the Vincennes parking lots are, because you can, within 1 or 2 block east or west, you've got stuff all around.
Yeah, no, I think that's great, but I was saying that don't prep the lot for 2. We gotta think for the future. So as more people know that they're there, they're gonna be used. So I would say a minimum of 4 in each of those lots would be my recommendation.
Yeah, and conduit is cheap. So, we can get it prepped, and then whatever we want to do with an RFP for a P3 or look at some options there. It's a lot cheaper putting it in before you pave it than having to tear it all up and put it in.
Yeah, to me, it's no different than us owning the fuel underneath the boathouse. People are coming to fill their boats up there. You gotta think the same thing. You're out on the water all day, you wanna stop and have a bite to eat, you go to the boathouse and you fill up your boat there with fuel. Same thing if you're in your car driving around, you want something nearby while that's charging, so. Thank you.
Okay, just a couple comments, and then we'll go to Commissioner Shepard. Short of a P3, if it's our money, and we're gonna invest the money in the level 3 chargers, then I believe we've got to have a system that charges them to remain in the spot after the charge is complete, and it's for those same reasons. You pull in and you go have dinner and you walk around and shop for a while, and no one else can use the charger. So if we're going to invest that kind of money, then I believe that we need to have the device that allows for charging for staying in the space. And quite frankly, if there is ever going to be a charge for parking in the city, it would have to be more than that. Discourage them for staying there and just using it as a parking space. As it relates to the pulling in and fueling your boat, well, when you pull in and fuel your boat, as soon as that pump's done, you got to move your boat. You're not allowed to leave it there at the dock if you're going to go in and have dinner. Once again, if it's our money and the conduit's already there, and just because I don't know the mechanics of the conduit being there, and so now are we going to have 4 or are we going to have 2? Can we put 2 in and then see if there's problems, if there's people waiting, and then put 2 more in after that, rather than investing all 4 to begin with? So if you build it, they will come, why don't we build a little bit of it, see if they do come, and if they do, put a couple more in, if we've got the space and the conduit's already there. That would be my preference, rather than going whole hog to begin with. If it's somebody else's money on a P3, go for it, you know, but if we're gonna be the ones investing the citizens' money to provide these services to the citizens, then let's just make sure we don't go too far. That's it. Commissioner Shepherd.
Yeah, I'm for doing it probably 2 to start off with and as a test run and see how much they're used. What I'm looking at is not just the service, I'm looking at the draw. We're creating a draw to the businesses in our downtown. That's the big. I also like the idea of putting them at parks, you know, throughout the city. But even the parks in the CRA area are, I'm looking at the draw element. It's gonna bring people to the local businesses here.
Commissioner Gunter?
Yeah, I think if we have it in the CRA area, I would prefer to put the charging station somewhere down there if we're gonna do it. I think that's gonna help the businesses down there. People are gonna go do something for that 30 minutes, and they'll probably spend money somewhere. So there'll be an economic impact as well for those businesses. Versus if I go to a park and plug it in, you know, I may walk around the park for a half hour, but, and additionally, I would only support it because it is available. I think there are organizations out there that would love to participate in the P3. So I would only support it if it was a public-private partnership. And I think that's the way that we need to approach it and not spend CRA funding or city funds to put it in. So, you know, and I'm okay with the 2 if we want to put 2. See how the need is and how much it's being utilized. The only problem I have in that is I don't know if we will find a organization, and maybe that's a question for the gentleman that has the expertise in it. Do you think they would come in and only put 2? If we can't find an organization to come in on a P3 and only do 2, then I would support going 4 if that's the only way we're going to get a P3. So maybe you could answer that question.
Yeah, you can definitely find multiple companies to compete on that front.
Okay.
To come in.
For just 2?
Yeah, for 2.
Okay.
Yeah, they have the hardware and ready to go. I'd like to make one more comment too, something I realized. I lease rental cars from Hertz off of Del Prado, you know, electric cars every week. So we have a variety of cars we test against. And what I realized is that I had trouble getting electric cars. They usually have 5 or 8 on the lot. In season, they have to order them from a distance in order to fulfill my order for weekly electric car rentals. And so that means that people that are coming into Cape Coral in the wintertime are leasing these electric vehicles. So that was a statistic I didn't realize was happening. So.
Yes, Commissioner Costa?
On that note, I obviously support this too. I think 4 would make a lot of sense. I have no doubt that it would be used. So I think having it near fun stuff is important. So not in Founders Park, unfortunately. I think where it's walkable. So that's it. Thank you.
Any other comments from my fellow commissioners? Executive Director? Good? Thank you very much for your presentation. We have one last item on our agenda, 5D, South Cape Downtown Redevelopment Plan Update. I know the straw dog, if you will. The recommended changes were sent out, red line version, and a previous plan was sent to all of us. I think it's probably general consensus of the commission, we'd like to get all of our business done today if we could, versus reconvening tomorrow. We also have lunch to contend with. So I would just offer up any input on, do we want to take a break now for lunch with the thought that we'd be breaking early, come back in an hour and attack the plan, and, with the goal of getting that done by our 4:30 stop time, or trying to knock out some of it now and then go to lunch? Which would everyone prefer?
I would say take lunch now.
I prefer lunch now.
Yeah.
Okay, so be it. We'll call it at the break at 11:28. Let's plan on reconvening at 12:30.
Check. 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 Check.
workshop at 12:48. Next on the agenda is item 5D, South Cape Downtown Redevelopment Plan Update. I think everybody kind of got into the groove of it up until now. Without the availability of the light system that we have in Chambers, I've kind of got a little system here together, so I'll continue to look up and down the line. If you just catch my eye, I'll note that you want to have the floor, and then I'll call upon you as best as I can in the order in which that you asked. So other than that, we will turn it over to staff.
All right, I'll take it away. Good afternoon, I'm Patrick White from DSD, one of your senior planners downstairs. I'm going to quickly walk you through this document with a couple of ideas in mind. As we get through it, you will see some items highlighted in green. Those are kind of pausing points for me and Mike and you to kind of hear what you have to say on these particular items, if you have anything to say at all. You'll also see that I've made a number of comments in parentheses that may be placeholders or thoughts. And with that, let's begin to move through it. So this reading view isn't going to work very well for us, I don't think. So page 1 was just an introductory page. It just gets replaced with some new dates. Page 2 is who worked on this and who is in the CRA and who's acting as counsel. That'll get replaced. Pages 3 and 4 and 5 are a table of contents. Those will get updated at the end before the final draft. I didn't see any major changes that needed to be made on page in the executive summary here until we get to the end, where I believe it's best to include a summary paragraph that would just be appended there at the end of that. This is a table that describes how the plan has changed over time. So just like the last section, at the end of the process, I will add some new language there that said what we did in 2024. Page 9 begins the guts of the document. It talks about the history of the CRA, how it was created, why it was created, when it was expanded. And towards the end of it here, I have added in some new language describing the recent actions of the council to take over as the commission, the CRA commission. I put this in green in case we wanted to talk about it. I don't know that there's much to say. It's factual. I looked up the ordinance, put it in, and unless anyone has some objection to that language, I think it's good, and it will go into your next version. The next version of this document, if you see something that I've written in and we don't want to change, it'll be reflected in the next version as basically accepted language, so we don't have to review it again.
Would you like consensus around these as we go, or what?
I think what I'll do is I'll pause for maybe 10 seconds, and then if I don't hear anyone say anything, I'll just cruise on through the document.
Yeah. Okay. Nine, 10.
And a 9-10 is an auto move on. So the next page, this is just an old GIS graphic. I will be updating that and putting in a new graphic, basically an updated figure 1. This page talks about the CRA, its boundaries. It talks about the conditions of the CRA. This is just some tidy up language there. It's nothing substantial. But I will pause on it for a few brief seconds so you can read it. Oh yeah, it just says that the image in figure 1 is a depiction of the geographic area. Prior to this meeting, I met with Mike and Gwen and Sharon. We met a number of times, and one of the things that we talked about were items that we thought would be a good idea to add into this document. This line was something that Gwen identified, that we should recognize that the real estate and the capital assets of the CRA are in fact an asset that should be recognized in the redevelopment plan. That's why that language is there. This paragraph talks about the character of the CRA. I didn't find any significant changes that needed to go there within the scale, lot size, street network. Those have pretty much remained the same from the 2019 update to today. The land use mix has remained the same. The parking section, I do want to add some updates. I did get a copy of the parking study from Ms. Dodd a little late in this process. I do want to review it a little closer. But I did note from the preliminary findings, they talked about a circulator, which is basically a fixed loop within the CRA. That's a pricey thing to propose. It would also describe demand management, such as metered parking or timed parking. And it also identified a new parking structure at the Market Square parking lot, AKA the old museum lot. So when later if I refer to Market Square, that's what I'm referring to, is the old museum parking lot. Sure.
I know another item here is the last sentence right before what's in green. I don't know, can you blow it up just a little bit? Like a zoom on the bottom right or something?
I'm here in Control Plus. I'll just grab everything and make it a little bigger.
Usually in the bottom right of the
slide,
page.
there's a slide on the very bottom.
Right corner.
All the way down the bottom right-hand corner, you see a slide. If you move that slide, there you go.
Oh.
Good.
Yeah, the over 50 version.
It is page 17.
Thank you. How we got to page 74, I don't know.
I think you're too far down.
No.
There we go.
2.9?
And we wanted to, yeah, here's the last sentence you were talking about.
Yeah, so I just want to highlight the last sentence. So it says, in addition, the on-site parking in front of businesses negatively impacts the character of the pedestrian realm and creates traffic conflicts with continuous curb cuts and poorly defined on-street parking areas that are lacking signage and pavement markings. So as we move through doing what we did like on 47th, highlighting and picking those streets where we want to make sure they're pedestrian friendly, eliminating the curb cuts and providing bigger walkways will be important. And then places like Cape Coral Parkway, where if you want it to be principally for vehicles, eliminating the curb cuts will then eliminate all that backing in and out parking and traffic to help keep the free flow of traffic. So I just wanted to highlight that, since its onset, this parking in front of the buildings like we have at Lafayette, where there's literally 2 spots in front of there, is highlighted as a concern for the CRA at large to deal with.
Before we push down too far, back under 2.4 under character, with the list of the CRA supported events, do we have enough of a commitment around the Music and Art Fusion walk that we would want to add that to the list?
I think it's a great idea. I think it's a great event. I've been to 2 or 3 of them personally. This last one was even better, even more attended than the previous 2. So, let's put it in there. If you'd like, I guess the first thing I should do is check with Parks and Rec and make sure they're going to continue to do it next year, provided so. I'll put it in.
Yeah, their plan is to alternate bike night with music and art walk. So 1 month would be bike night, 1 month would be music and art walk, bike night, music and art walk. This way there's a monthly special event, but alternating.
In this paragraph, I just found some dated language referencing, basically, you can see it. It says the CRA and the city recently partnered to improve the park with the construction of a beach area That was a long time ago, so I just updated the language and we referred to that as a beach vista rather than a beach area, because every time I've been there, what I see people doing are sitting kind of in the sand, enjoying the sun, more than swimming in the water. Same thing with that next paragraph, I just struck the recently constructed to pick up with Founders Park. And then we identified this area here that might deserve a little discussion. This paragraph begins talking about the CRA's boundary, Bernie Braden Park. You're aware that Bernie Braden Park is at basically the end of the parkway where the new bridge project is going to go. If no one has a specific tweak to that, or Mike, if you had anything further to say about it, if there's
Well,
not,
I
we'll
guess
just keep it.
one of the questions I wanted to have, Alex, this one's for you. So if we wanted to make improvements to Bernice Braden and it's technically just outside the boundary, is there any opportunity for the CRA to partake in those improvements?
If it's outside the CRA?
It's technically sovereign submerged lands.
Okay.
So it's filled wetlands for the bridge deck. I think it does have a strap number. But I don't know if it's a much bigger parcel, but the land itself is basically whatever the bridge needs to be.
If it's not within the CRA, it would have to be the city.
Okay.
With that also, what about the Rubicon line there? That canal abuts basically the big, large portion of the CRA. I mean, what would you classify? Where do you draw the line? Is that the shoreline? I think that's the one that goes up around Country Club, right?
Yeah, go back to the map, Patrick. It's on page 12.
Because there's some discussion about the connection of Rubicon to Bimini that's coming up.
Oh, we have that later on in the presentation.
Yeah, but for the purpose of this paragraph, it's listed there as outside of it.
No, that's Rubicon Park.
Okay, but where is that?
Rubicon Park is off of Coronado.
Rubicon Park, if I'm not mistaken, is in and around
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
Yeah, the Rubicon's well outside of the
Yes,
CRA, but
the park.
the item that I think you're identifying is a potential improvement of this area, which is clearly within the
Okay,
boundary.
I thought that's where the park would have been, since it's that canal. Okay, I didn't know where that was.
Nothing exciting here, it's just an out-of-date graphic that I'll make a new one for. But I do want to change it a little bit. This one's so out of date. The new one, I want to zoom out just maybe just a hair, so we can also show that the ownership of the CRA building on Lafayette and Chester Street Resource Center and the two new acquisitions of the parking lot sites, or however the CRA wants to use them. Flood elevation got a new paragraph, working with some DSD staff. I've drafted it here. I'll pause for 10 seconds so you can read it.
What page you on there?
Well, I am on page
2.13.
2.1?
2.13 section.
Page 21.
Page
Oh, the pages are different.
Yeah, the noted page 21, I guess the actual.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe as you're going through it, just say 2 point, so we can kind of keep.
I will do.
And one quick question, Mike. This particular building here, this is a city facility, not a CRA facility.
Correct.
Yeah, and in that municipal land section, if you want us in the map to use a different color for CRA assets versus city assets, we can still show what all the municipal land is, but then also by the color or the icon, we can distinguish ownership.
I think that's a good idea.
Yeah, I think so too.
Okay.
I was a little surprised to see there wasn't a depiction of the CRA by its future land use classification.
Did you want to just go back up to
Yeah,
the flood one? I just want, is everybody aware of what we're going through in the CRA with the water management district? Yeah?
No.
No.
Okay, so, Bimini Center, Bimini West, Bimini Point, they had designed the building for Lee Health. And the city of Cape Coral approved the building design, for construction, both the commercial aspects and the residential aspects. The residential aspects are like the cove. So the first floor, as if you see, is like a stem wall, you know, it's kind of built up before you, so there's stairs to get into there. They had planned, with the Lee Health facilities to be at grade with floodproofing. So prior to a storm, put up floodproofing panels, leave out an exit, you know, like in the garage or another exit, so just to prevent for any flooding. They submitted that project to the Water Management District to get a Water Management District permit. And the district came back and, you know, their primary jurisdiction over is water quality and water quantity. They came back and asserted to the owner and the contractor that floodproofing, if it fails, will allow all the contents in the building to go out, you know, when the storm surge recedes, and therefore degrade water quality. And what they actually pointed to was a policy that the board enacted that said, even though floodproofing may be allowed by FEMA and allowed by the local jurisdiction, it's only allowed through the Water Management District with a variance. And in the last 20 or so years, they have only approved 2 variances, and they were specifically, the reasons they were approved were basically for ADA compliance. So in order to get a ramp with landing steps, that if they had to raise the building to the elevation, it would be too far to comply with ADA. So they ran into some significant roadblocks with their Water Management District permit in the South Cape. We have engaged our lobbyist to contact the Water Management District boards and also look at state statutes. We found language in the Southwest Florida Water Management District that allowed floodproofing to be utilized in Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Boca, all the cities on the East Coast, but here on the West Coast, the South Florida Water Management District was not allowing it by right. So we've written letters, we've engaged our lobbyists, we're trying to seek them to allow a variance in mass for our entire South Cape district. Right now, that project is doing one of 2 things. They're either going to have to redesign the entire building to bring it up on the commercial side. The residential side was already being planned to be up. Or they have to go through a lengthy process to try and get a variance that they have no surety will even get approved. So we've jumped in and we're trying to help the entire South Cape redevelopment to see if we can have language similar to what the East Coast has, so long as FEMA and us allow it. Our view is, why shouldn't the Water Management District allow it? So we wanted to put language in here so that any developers looking to develop in the South Cape know this is an active issue that we're trying to resolve, but it is going to have significant impact for the project that we have underway now. But if you think about what that looks like for the South Cape, where we're basically encouraging development lot line to lot line, essentially what you're going to do is walk up to a set of stairs, and then to get into the commercial establishments, if all of the structures, finished floor elevation, have to be at base flood +1. So we're trying to work through to see if we can continue to allow the floodproofing. We're not sure. Matt's kind of taking the lead with our lobbyists, but this is something that they're actively working.
All right, 2.15, I just added a quick little paragraph referring to when the LDC was adopted and noting that this paragraph here that referred to the South Cape Downtown District, that was essentially bisected in the new LDC into 2 zoning districts. And a note for myself to add a new map that shows the South Cape and all of its zoning districts. Mike, I believe you wanted to talk about this one in section 3 about the mission statement.
Yeah, I wanted to see if you all still concur with the mission statement, or if you wanted to adopt a new one. The current mission statement is that the CRA will facilitate the emergence of a vibrant urban village where people of all ages live, work, shop, and are entertained. So if you all still agree that, you know, what we're trying to do in this South Cape district is to create a vibrant urban village for all ages, then that's where we're gonna keep going. Good?
Is there any reason to have any verbiage in there talking about removing anything there? We're talking about the creating, there may be the requirement to remove some to get to that?
Yeah, the verb we have here is facilitate the emergence. So
Okay.
in facilitating, that could be demolition and raising, it could be new construction, could be relocating, you know, buildings. So just facilitating the emergence of a vibrant urban center.
Okay.
Well, if there was no point, were you talking in the mission statement? Mine was kind of different, so.
Yeah, I'm good with the mission.
Okay, so I just had a quick question, if you wanna scroll back up, please, Patrick. The first sentence, is that prohibitive in any way with regards to the single-story strip center? Does that restrict us from creating anything different in the future? As, you know, we discussed previous, redevelopment might occur that would potentially not reflect single strip centers?
No, that doesn't bind us.
I just wanna make sure. Okay, thank you.
When we were discussing this the other day, Mike, you had mentioned adding in something about encouraging the provision of enhanced streetscapes. I wrote that in and then questioned, did we maybe already say that in 3.1.1? 3.1.1 is right here at the top of the page.
Yeah, the 3.11, I think, was more to I read that as more the multimodal. The streetscape to me is more the aesthetics.
Then I'd propose I delete my comment, and unless we want to tinker a little with the language, we'll keep it.
So if you think of 47th Cape Coral Parkway and Lafayette Street, where we've, you know, that was our, if you remember the pilot, the goal then would be to replicate that, you know, throughout the rest of the CRA, to encourage that vibrant, emerging urban, you know, walkable, landscaped, you know, where we don't have that Del Prado, Santa Barbara, you know, on both sides and in the center. So the idea is for me was, when looking at the transportation network and the traffic in the CRA plan, we should put it in the plan that we are looking to encourage enhanced streetscapes, so that we can then work with developers as they're building projects to enhance the streetscape.
So did you wanna flesh that out a little bit then, to explain that, so that there was no confusion like Patrick had in the beginning? Something simple like to promote walkability and interconnectivity for pedestrian, I understand what you're saying and I get it now, but.
Well, number 3.11 has the interconnected transportation network that has pedestrian and bicycle. So that's more of the cross-section and multimodal aspect. This comment was more about the beautification, the you know, the benches, the landscaping, the lighting.
So to enhance the aesthetic streetscapes?
Yeah, I'm
Just-
okay with it.
We've already talked about this for a couple minutes, so
Yeah, I'm
obviously
okay.
I think clarification is, since we're here, spending time.
I'll take what I have here, wordsmith it a little bit, bring it back to you at the next meeting. Does that sound good?
I don't even know that everybody's in agreement that it needs changed, I was just making a point, but.
Oh.
Thank you.
Sure.
You know what we can do?
What's that, sir?
put it up in, since it's kind of getting mixed with 3.11, just add the language about the aesthetic value of the streetscape up in the pedestrian multimodal up in 3.11. Just combine them, and then we'll just put both of them in the same. This way, a reader will know these are not, this is two different things in the same section.
Join 3.1 with 3.10.
Got it.
Yep. Mike identified policy 3.2.1.
Right, so this has been a goal, and, you know, I just wanted to highlight this as a discussion point, take a stop here. One of the goals of the CRA, unlike the city proper, is to be a catalyst for the assemblage. So it would not be something that, you know, you would see the city manager bringing forward to you throughout the city, buying up prime commercial areas and then assembling them into larger properties. But as the executive director of the South Cape, I will bring and intend on bringing you those as a part of our strategic redevelopment plan to execute assemblage for larger projects. So I just wanted to draw the distinction between the two hats. And this is not new language, it's language that's been in there for even directors before me.
This was one I identified. It previously said provide incentives for all new developments. I thought that left out the ability that Sharon is working with to also incentivize facade improvements and building expansions. So I tinkered with the language just a little bit and proposed this. It's quite similar to the first sentence, just adds in expansions and facade upgrades, so long as they're pursuant to the South Cape CRA's architectural goals. Policy 325 is just a placeholder to keep me from having to renumber the whole section more than once. You can ignore 325. 328 was highlighted. It's mostly about branding, and I'll pass that one to Mike.
Right, so we, as part of the parking management plan, we have a branding vision for all of the parking lots. As you know, one of the parking lots is known as the Nevermind parking lot. Well, never mind it. So we need a brand that will actually identify, you know, a color, a flower. So we have a branding plan that we have with the parking plan that was brought forward. We even have some additional logos and some additional colors for the new parking lots. So we went above and beyond what we have currently in inventory and had them create some additional ones so that somebody can say, I'm in the hibiscus lot, or I'm in, but it creates a more long-standing brand than just, you're in Iguanamia, and well, if Iguanamia goes, what does that mean? Now where are you at?
The old Iguanamia.
Yeah, the old Iguanamia. So I wanted to just mention that to you. So, you know, branding is part of our strategic plan in the South Cape. We need to, we'll begin to start getting the signs fabricated, pushing that brand out there with communications in the CRA South Cape office. But in addition to that, I wanted to bring it up because at one of our previous meetings, there was a comment by a commissioner to, hey, can we brand segments of the South Cape so that we're not in the expansion area, we're not in the downtown core, or we're not looking at it as the South Cape zoning district or the mixed use zoning district. So we can do branding. It is part of our redevelopment plan. We could fund it. We can create signs, we can install them, we can maintain them. I just wanted to let you know that this is something. If and when you all are ready, or you know, if you want to say, let's go do it, let's come up with some ideas. You know, it is something we can do. And then the next one says assist in the development review process, including but not limited to site plan review processes. You all may not know why Patrick's at the podium, but I do. At one point in his career with the city, he actually worked for the CRA as a planner, planning kind of the vision with the previous director, and knows a lot about what's in this document. I'm not so sure that this is relevant to the point where it needs to be a specific goal, only because what we're looking to do is more infrastructure related with, you know, parking lots, water, sewer, utilities, transportation. But in the early days, there was a lot of planning involved with helping the city create the South Cape district and the mixed use district to help put that zoning entitlements in place for the stuff we're seeing happening today. So aside from Gwen and our trades workers, there really is nobody that has the technical competence or credentials to even review a site plan on behalf of the South Cape. So it's there. I'm okay to leave it there in case you ever want to say, hey, we have somebody developing this, we're not so sure it's a good thing. We could, with it staying in there, we could hire an outside independent, you know, architect or engineer to provide alternatives. If we pull it out, then we, you know, if it's in the plan, we can use CRA funds to help advance what's in the plan. If it's out, then it's a no-no. So I just wanted to point out, so the recommendation, to be clear, is I recommend we leave it in there, but I just want you to know that even though it's in there, we're not going to be, as a matter of practice, Gwen and myself and the limited maintenance staff are not going to be reviewing site plans on behalf of the South Cape.
Is anyone opposed to leaving it in? There you go.
These next two policies, I noticed that they said provide tax increment funding, and I wanted to give the CRA a little bit more flexibility. So by adding those few words, I think if we have an idea of a way to incentivize them beyond just money, we should be able to offer that. So that's why I added those words.
Okay, real quick. What's considered a condo / hotel? Is that like a permanent resident, or is that like just a?
I think that's not a great word.
Yeah, that's all I was reading that and it confused me, so I don't know if there's a way we could wordsmith that better or just eliminate that.
I think if you are not interested in incentivizing multifamily projects, not mixed-use projects, but multifamily projects, we should just nix it so it's more clear.
I would
that you're
prefer it be called multifamily projects, not condo hotels, because to me, a condo hotel would be what, a giant Airbnb? Or like a.
The Pink Shell
a timeshare?
The Pink Shell is a condo hotel.
So it's a timeshare hotel?
No,
Not really.
No, not really. Condo hotel means that it's owned and there's a hotel pool operator. That hotel pool operator has designated rooms in which they operate as a hotel, but also there's a condo component as well.
Okay.
So it does exist legally.
That's fine. As long
Not
as it's
here, but
not
it does exist.
I just didn't know what it was.
Yeah, so essentially, let's say there's 100 rooms. They're all owned by someone. These are hotel rooms, but they're individually owned. So they will then, for example, people will have a hotel operator that will operate the hotel rooms, and people will then submit their rooms to the hotel operator to operate those hotel rooms just like any other hotel.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, Keys, Miami Beach, they're big.
The Westin was gonna be that one.
Yep.
I think the Westin is something like that, if I'm not mistaken, when I was there.
Moving on.
Yeah, learn something new every day.
This was something that, when we were discussing the amendments to this, that I don't remember if I came up with it or who came up with it. But we can leave this policy just as it is, or we can squeeze in that new language, keep it or ditch it. It's completely up to you guys.
Well, leaving it in could provide for alternatives around more attainable workforce housing, if that's a direction that the Affordable Housing, Commission would look to use. We're certainly, looking at that with some of the, combined use developments that we have right now. They're certainly smaller units than what we would allow to be built, single family.
Yeah.
I don't know that it hurts us to keep it in there, just keeps it more flexible if we want to.
So when they were, again, many years back, when they were planning for the dwelling unit sizes in the South Cape and the mixed-use South Cape districts, the dwelling unit minimum size in the South Cape is smaller than what is required in the rest of the city. So I think you have to have a minimum of 500 feet.
It's in a mixed-use building.
In a mixed-use building, where outside of that, you could not have a unit that small if you were not in the South Cape zone. So developers who are looking for a more dense, smaller unit, flat, they can do that in the South Cape, but nowhere else in the city.
So do we need to leave that verbiage in there to continue that effort?
I was just pointing that out so that you had the background and context, so that if you do want to change it, if you think you want to continue to move to allow, we also, by the way, in the South Cape, have the densest amount of units per acre in the city. We allow up to 125 units per acre in the South Cape. So extremely dense and the smallest, we're trying to create that dense urban environment where everything's happening in the South Cape. We're not there yet, but we're transitioning, and eventually, somebody will bring that project to us.
So general consensus to leave it and stay on that path? Sure. Okay, thank you.
Policy 3.4.3, I noticed that this referred to providing incentives to interconnect the development of plazas with covered pedestrian walkways that improve access to the waterways and the riverfront. And I thought that, as we're trying to improve our pedestrian experience, we should also be interested in those waterways and the riverfront linking to our parks, our public spaces, and our parking facilities. So I added that language in.
Anyone opposed? Okay.
Mike, you want to talk about 3.46?
Sure. So I know in our one-on-ones as council members, Alex and I have let you all know that we are in the process of getting an appraisal for the golf course. We have been in several meetings with them to acquire the golf course for redevelopment. We have, for the appraisal, we have asked them to appraise it as is, as a contaminated site, and then the ultimate end use that if we were to acquire it would be a park. So we're going to get an appraisal for both us having it as a park and what it is worth today. And then at some point, when we get that, and if we can negotiate terms on a successful transfer of ownership, then the guiding document that we have in the CRA just says, seek to redevelop the golf course with complementary recreational uses that support the surrounding neighborhoods. I just wanted to point out, if you thought there was anything that you wanted to put in the redevelopment plan outside of what it says, now's a good time to add. So if you're good with it, signaling to the community we're fixed on recreation, then we leave it as is.
With no commercial components whatsoever, I guess.
Recreation. Right now, it's recreational.
Well, I know what it means right now, but I'm just making sure that we're clear that that's kind of limits the ability to have any commercialization in that particular area. If we chose to go this route. That's a large discussion, but just to be clear that that's...
One of the concerns our citizens have had is understanding the difference between using a P3 to manage recreational facilities, and considering that commercial.
Which then makes complementary problematic even by margin. Be complementary, some components there anyway.
Like if we were to take Lake Kennedy and add another tennis and pickleball center at the golf course, we're still using a commercial enterprise to run the facility. But it is a recreational use. It's the use here is,
But to Keith's point, why don't you just take the word complementary out?
well, I think more importantly, I would say,
Keep it in. It makes it a
That's
little more
fine, but
I would say seek
You're
to,
gonna have to define complementary, I don't even know what that means.
well, the way I read this, is that they're looking to redevelop the golf course with complementary recreational uses. So I would say you get rid of just say it's redevelop the golf course property. So it's a signal that we're not intending on going in there to reopen a golf course with other complementary uses.
Now you've opened up commercial, you said what you just said there.
No, I think the complementary has two meanings. Meaning that it's complementary meaning similar, or complementary meaning free. So if we could just wordsmith it so that it's not similar, like it complements it, or it's free. Is that what you're saying?
Accentuating rather than complementary as in like gratis, like not.
Yeah.
What
So
about
I'm
the
not
word
saying that
compatible?
Compatible, I like, because I think that gets both, both compatible recreational uses.
Well, I think what's trying to be said is, it's gonna transition into something else. So seek to redevelop the golf course, into a recreational, facility compatible with surrounding neighborhoods.
I think you gotta keep it kind of broad, as broad as you can.
Seek to redevelop the golf course.
How I see
into,
complementary
you
is.
get rid of with.
I like switching complementary to compatible. Yeah.
Seek to redevelop the golf course with recreational uses compatible with surrounding neighborhoods.
If we wanted to pigeonhole ourselves.
Right,
That was
limits
my
it.
point,
That's
and
limiting.
I believe that's probably the consensus,
Yeah.
but I just wanted to make clear that that's gonna be something that will come back and bite us if that's not the intention.
So Alex, does that verbiage negate our ability to use a P3 to manage those recreational?
It's a little bit.
Here's my, I would just say seek to redevelop the golf course with recreational uses, period. I don't know,
Less is more.
less is more.
It's also subjective. It's very subjective to say.
And then recreational uses allows us, or allows the executive director to identify the appropriate recreational uses for this area of land. I think that would be the better way to do it, my recommendation.
Is everybody happy with the way it's been rewordsmithed? Yes.
Great.
Good work, move on.
In 3.4.7, this policy talked about using the CRA's resources and others to develop or incentivize development, allowing for greater public access to the water. And I thought that that was a little vague, so I expanded it to say that we could develop or incentivize the development that will allow for greater public access, use, and visibility of water basins, river basins, canals, and other water resources. Again, same thing, we can scrap that whole thing and just go back to what it used to be, or keep the change.
I like that change.
I like having the water in there.
Leave it.
Good.
Leave it as it used to be, or leave it as
No,
it is now?
everyone likes to
Like,
change.
like,
change.
like you've rewordsmithed it.
Accept your change.
Thank you. Policy 352, Mike, this was one that you identified, sir.
Oh, yes. So I wanted to highlight this as well. So one of the things that we often see from developers is the cost of redevelopment skyrockets compared to an unimproved lot because the existing water, sewer, and even if, as you heard this morning with the EV chargers, you may have a single-phase electric, you may have a 6-inch water line, or it may be old. We're experiencing this right now at the Bimini Center. There's asbestos concrete pipe, and it needs to be completely, it's 70 years old. So one of the things that Sharon and I look to do, and I wanted to just point this out, is when we're incentivizing units or we're incentivizing commercial space, one of the things that I try to also add on top of that are the off-site improvements in order to make those units viable, because otherwise the cost to bring the 3-phase electric, the cost to bring the brand new water lines that are going to serve more than just them, make the cost of those units delivered to the market higher, or the square footage of that commercial space higher than another site that's unimproved. And so I just wanted to point out, so when we talk about tax incentives and grants and rebates, if you see where we're including off-site improvements for utilities, electric, the reason we're doing that is so that we make sure that those units are viable when they come to market.
And reading this, I wonder, do we need the word stormwater management in this policy somewhere?
Yeah, stormwater utility as well.
So is stormwater considered enough of a utility that is implied in the term "in placing all utilities"?
You could always put something in parentheses, including stormwater.
I like it.
While you're wordsmithing that, I'll take this opportunity to explain another way that the South Cape is different than the entire rest of the city. So when a development or developer comes in and needs to build or has to build a building, they have to provide what's called an on-site stormwater treatment area, an STA. A lot of times you see those in like a little pond. Sometimes you'll see them putting like these black, looks like little half moon things underneath a parking lot. That means their stormwater treatment is going on underneath the parking lot. In the South Cape, many years ago, we actually, as the city of Cape Coral, permitted the use of the city's right-of-ways to be utilized for stormwater treatment areas. So if you think about where we're trying to incentivize development lot line to lot line, really dense and urban, there really is no place, if you're having to put these buildings on piles and you're having to, take up the entire parcel, there's no place for an on-site stormwater treatment area. So we allow them to utilize the right-of-way to put in stormwater basins, and then we hold them, so if they build out, let's say, an entire block of stormwater treatment area, like square footage, any surplus above and beyond what they need for their site, we keep as basically like a credit, like a banking system. And then the next person that comes in, we don't want them tearing up the street to do another piece. That's already been done. We basically sell them the credits that we have available. So we're minimizing the disruption in the right-of-way, but we're also making sure that we get the maximized development on the property by leveraging the right-of-way. That's unique to South Cape, nowhere else in the city.
All right, section 4 talks about the vision of the CRA, and it provides for a couple of short and long-term strategies. The first section talks about creating a district or creating a destination, basically a destination of districts. One of those is the core and the infill district. It's the one we're all most familiar with. And here I just found an old graphic that I'll update, or an old map. And then it talks more about the sub-districts, including the entertainment district, which is that one there and that blue boundary. I'm going to make that map a little bigger, a little more clear, and replace it. And at the end here, when this section, I thought we could add some language here, and this is the first draft of it. I'll give you a minute to read it. So downtown, we've seen some success from our restaurants when they've reached out towards the street, whether they've done it through outdoor dining permits or whether they've done it through patios. It's not long before the patio it gets successful enough that they want to put some sort of cover over it. And I believe this language will help us should we be interested in incentivizing those businesses that contribute towards the entertainment district experience to expand and shelter those people.
All good.
Same thing, Club Square map is really old. A lot of the policies are still good. Mike identified this section that he wanted to talk a little bit about. And what did you have to say, sir?
Yeah, thank you. So this activating the waterfront, it was in here. If you look, if you think of Founders Park, some of the ideas that were in here was bringing in a concessionaire for kayaks, paddleboard, canoe rentals. For those of you who, I think it was Councilmember Welsh, you were the liaison, correct? So the previous CRA board, there was a project planned to actually put in boating facilities in Founders Park so that you can actually come to the CRA on a vessel. Tie up as an alternative mean of transportation and then go home. They ultimately decided not to move forward with that project. I wanted to make sure you were aware of that because it could be more than just canoe rentals, paddle boats, kayaks. It is an asset, and if we wanted to provide in the multimodal transportation system another way to get to and from the CRA by vessel without having to get out on the roads, and that is always an opportunity that is still out there.
And if I remember correctly, that was basically going to be a captain's walk that we put in front of the seawall to have boater accessibility to the downtown area. And, as we've seen in several studies here recently over the last couple of years, waterfront accessibility is always mentioned in all of these reports. So that's definitely something that I would support moving forward at some time, where there is some type of boater accessibility to our downtown area. Even though it's very limited in space, I wish it could be more of a space, but we only have so much there to work with. Hopefully, once Bimini West project, gets completed, we can hopefully have some type of connectivity between that project and the downtown area, where we will have some additional boater access at the Bimini. Whether it's, I know at one time we were talking about a flyover pedestrian bridge across Cape Coral Parkway, but at some point, I think to try to develop some type of connectivity between that project and the downtown will be important as well.
Commissioner Shepard?
Yeah, I'm interested in pursuing that because not so much for single boats, but there are boats that carry tourists. There's one at Cape Harbor. I think it holds over 100 people. Them large tri-tunes that you see that just take people out for a tour.
I don't think get under the bridge. You gotta go under a bridge.
Really, they wouldn't fit?
No.
I don't think so.
That'd be tough for
That's
that
one of
bridge.
that's one of the lowest bridges in town.
Oh, okay.
Is the bridge in the CRA? Is it the one over Vincennes?
That's the one over the Parkway, or over Del Prado.
Del Prado.
Del Prado and 46.
And Vincennes. There's one at Vincennes too.
But I would still be interested. I mean, any access to bring a trawler downtown. It's not a big investment.
Well, if you're interested, let's put some notes in here about motorized, this is talking about non-motorized vessels, paddlecraft, canoes, kayaks. Let's add some language about increasing, motorized dockage and launch and recovery.
Couldn't you just say all watercraft?
Or yeah,
Get rid of all the identification of each different type and just put all watercraft?
Yeah, I'd like that.
and only you will know that intent.
Commissioner Welsh.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring up that the captain's walk was going through and everything was fine, and then there was a lot of opposition from the condo association directly across the way, and I believe the commission at that time was a little afraid of that. I don't see that being a problem with the current members we have sitting on here. We're used to getting that getting that kind of criticism for our foresight and moving forward with the community. So I think that's the reason why that was stopped in the first place. But I do think it's a great part of the CRA that we could utilize for something other than people to walk their dogs.
Yeah, and the project that was planned did not contemplate any excavation. So it was basically on the seawall out into the marine improvement zone. So, you know, there's always an opportunity to excavate some and bring it I mean, it's way more costly than dealing with what you have. But if the idea, you know, if you wanted to look at a bigger basin with maneuverability, there's always that opportunity as well. But I just wanted to point it out. That was well said. But yeah, so I think if we do the all watercraft, that leaves us open to if at some point you all want to look at relook at that or look at something else, we can do that.
Commissioner Carr.
That canal looks relatively wide. Do you know the width of that? Is it 100 feet or? The marine improvement area could go out how far in that location?
Probably 25 feet.
About 25?
25% or whatever the width is.
Right. It looks wider than a standard canal.
Matt, you got a measuring tool?
But not to exceed 25 feet.
Come on, Matt.
Give me a minute.
It's not critical. I mean, it just.
He's got it. It's right in the middle of the screen.
I use this thing every day, I swear.
Different computer.
We believe you.
No mouse, it's horrible.
I mean, those boat canopies across the way look like they're probably out a good distance.
Yeah. So 90-ish, okay.
I ballparked it at 90.
So
All right.
they're gonna be limited to 25% of 90.
Gotcha. All right, so let me, if
But
there
the
were.
idea was, I think the idea they had was just a 6-foot
Captain's walk.
captain's walk the whole way, so people.
So you'd only be able to accommodate, very few boats,
I
depending
think
on
it
the
was
size. right?
5, 6.
5 or 6, I think it was 6 if I remember, something.
Yeah, as long as somebody doesn't commit. Well, and boat size would be limited because of the height of the bridges that you have. to
Yeah, so
walk
they
on,
would primarily be smaller 20-footers.
Let me ask you, without, other than not having cleats there, what would stop anyone from putting a boat there today? For
Nothing.
the afternoon?
Nothing.
So in other words.
It's not really,
Right, so-
boating access is called able body.
Right.
You don't have to have ADA accommodations. So, somebody could just stick a stick in the ground and jump up.
Right, I guess that's the point. In other words, if we put up just a captain's walk and had limited number of boating capability of docking there, the impact, I think, would be minimal, to the neighbors. I'm not quite sure how that was objected to be honest, because of the numbers alone. But to add that feature that someone wants to go have, something at one of the Club Square events or go to a restaurant there, to be able to pull your boat in and stop and for a couple hours, I think that's a great enhancement to that park. So yeah, I'd be in support of that.
We'd have to be cautious with having regulations around overnight anchoring, overnight mooring, things like that. There have to be some limitations placed. And then, obviously, the policing effort to make sure that those rules weren't being broken.
You have to look at it if you're looking at it as an alternate form of transportation, you gotta look at it like a vehicle, right? If somebody goes there and, gets inebriated, I mean, they're gonna have to take an Uber home, right? We don't want them getting back in the vehicle and, you know, banging off of everybody's docks on the way home. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, there, you know, so does that mean they just get a ticket and they gotta deal with that because they overconsumed or, but the difference between the vessels and the, on land is there's not a readily available tow company to just come tow it.
No,
right?
but you've got the ability to tag it, just like if somebody left a car in one of our city parking lots, they would get tagged. And so that boat could get tagged, and then you engage Sea Tow or whoever to come pull it away if it's not. We don't have to be the ones that pull it away.
Yeah, the other thing you gotta remember, it is a park, and by regulation, the park closes at dark. So you're gonna have to keep that in mind if we're gonna utilize that because of the nightlife. You know, so at 5 o'clock in the evening in the winter, if someone wants to go down there for dinner that lives around the corner and wants to putt down there at nighttime, technically, they're not allowed to be on the park. So we're gonna have to make whatever change to accommodate that.
One more quick thing, that would be from, you know, the point Commissioner Stanky made, you know, similar to the mooring field issues that we have now in Bimini Basin. I believe the basin, however, is looked at differently from an enforcement perspective for mooring a vessel. If you abut to a seawall on public-facing property, that would be, we can enforce them getting out of there differently than we can in the basin today, correct? From navigability, like the marine laws associated with docking.
So to answer your question, we could enact an ordinance that regulates the mooring of vessels to our seawall.
Okay.
If that's your question.
It is, it's just.
We can do that.
There is a difference, though, with the law related to this the Founder's Park location and the Bimini Basin location.
Well, well.
The difference is attachment. They're
Correct.
attaching themselves to the bottom in the basin.
Right.
They'd be attaching themselves to basically
Versus-
city property in that instance.
Correct.
Yeah, just think, we don't want to get into the same types of problems we have over there
Yeah, but
today.
as soon as you step on the
But,
property.
and I would probably add that
As soon as you step on the property. you know,
that
24 hours.
Founder's Park is a navigable channel. And because it's a navigable channel, they wouldn't be able to essentially put their vessel in the navigable channel. They would have to then tie off to the city's property, and we could regulate that.
Thank you.
Any other comment on that subject? We good?
I think we did regulate that with the navigation preservation, right?
In the Bimini Basin, we did.
No, I think for all canals, Councilmember Long, that was one of yours, right? The navigation, the center 50% of,
It was a third, I thought.
or center third?
It was
Yeah.
thirds, yeah.
But we have that now. You can't put anything in that center third.
Okay, let's move on. The next section, nothing particularly interesting there, just a really old photo. And I'll get that photo replaced. And also, I'm going to see if I can't find someone on staff that can give us a more current, less 1980s graphic to go there. And then we get into 4.3.3 on Market Square. This just had obviously some old language that talked about the Little Italy project and the former military museum. And so I just kind of removed a few lines to clean that language up. I'll also be bringing back a new map for that, and probably make that one a little larger too. So no real significant changes there. Here, same thing, there's a reference to Little Italy, and we decided we'd replace that with a reference to Lafayette Street. Another of my Chamber of Commerce photos that I will replace. I say that because I can say that because I took that photo. and it
Could
was
you
that
take them on
bad.
a day when the
When the
sun's
sun's
out?
out, yes. This section here talked about the old Sweet Bay. It's I'm not sure what direction to go in. It says the key attractor for the sub-district would be a new use of the former military museum and library, and that's all the sentence says.
You could just identify the property. Just call it the property on the corner of Umpty-Ump and Umpty-Ump.
Is that with an H?
If you like it to be. Aim to please.
I think it's important to try to identify the area more so than a business.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's already
On the
identified,
corner of
right?
Cape Coral Parkway and
Market Square.
whatever's it, Vince House.
Yeah,
or-
but they're talking about just the one building that was at one point in Winn-Dixie that turned to the military museum, but now it's.
The next sub-district was the Lafayette one. It just referred to Brew Babies. Brew Babies is now the Jungle Bird Tiki. Quick change. And then it talks a little bit about the stormwater project that Mike described earlier to you. But that was not recently. That was quite a few years ago. So let's cut that word out of there. Then we move
Can
on.
I make a recommendation?
Yeah, of course, please.
In that same area there where you're talking about Jungle Bird Tiki, I don't know that you need to put successful Jungle Bird Tiki.
Personally didn't write that word. We can remove that word.
Yeah, so if you're gonna call them out, either we gotta say that the Holiday Inn Express and the Dolphin Key Resort are successful too, or just leave successful out. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Commissioner Welch.
And then also, Mike, with this last paragraph about the Public Works Department completing the stormwater project, didn't we also just complete the force main as well? And should we add that into it now that that's the newest project completed?
So this project that they're talking about is actually the Lafayette, where we actually created the first set of stormwater credit banks in the South Cape. That was what that was referencing.
But should we?
We can
add-
modernize that whole section because that's taken off now. We Starbucks built some stormwater credits. Bimini's building all the way around. We can mention how that program is taken off, and we can retool that whole paragraph.
Do we want to add the new
Utility
utility sewer main to it? Is that
The one for the Cove.
Well, it's not just for the cove, but it's
Yeah.
for the entire area. 'Cause
Yeah,
if
we can-
go from gravity fed to.
We can
floors.
expand it. Yeah, let's put a note in there, Patrick, for
And
us
that's
to.
what- That's what we use the ARPA money for, right? So I think that's notable that we did that and made those improvements already for someone who's reading this to potentially be a developer or come into the area.
Okay, we'll do.
Page 33 in the document.
Appreciate you. Missing that mouse right about now, you're right.
Yours is actually 37.
Okay, so here's where we left off. We were, wait, is it? Nope, a little bit further back. Yep, Parkway. Didn't really see any major changes to that section, but I did want to make a new map for it. And then Mike had some language he wanted to highlight here. Mike?
Yeah, so I wanted to highlight this one because for as long as the South Cape's existed, there's been two trains of thoughts on Cape Coral Parkway, and this is specifically about the parkway. So there's what they call primary, tertiary, secondary, and then tertiary roadways in the South Cape. So depending on the volume and how people are getting around, some planners and some previous executive directors believe that the parkway itself should function like 47th, that it should be restricted, slow down traffic, provide for additional walkways, and then other directors and other boards have believed that any on-street parking on the parkway should be moved to the secondary streets so that you're walking through alleys or from the block behind, and the parkway should be opened up for east-west travel. The language that's in the document right now for the parkway talks about creating and reconfiguring the right-of-way to achieve a greater balance between vehicular and pedestrian space, which right now it's mostly vehicle and little pedestrian. So this sentence would seem to indicate that we want to get rid of 6-laning Cape Coral Parkway to get a greater, like more of a 50-50 pedestrian and vehicle space. I wanted to point that out because it's in there now, but if the plan is to 6-lane Cape Coral Parkway for traffic to move freely about the South Cape, and then allow, pedestrian walkways to get from north and south and at signalized intersections, we can still accomplish that pedestrian, but, we would have to be either putting in mid-blocks with lights, or we'd have to put walkways over if you really want to keep the traffic flowing. So I don't know that we can't solve this right now, but I just want to let you know that, this is in here, and that battle and that balance is one that's constantly churned back and forth. And I know the multimodal plan that was recently done also contemplated possibly pinching down the right-of-way and slowing down. The problem with that, as you all know, is the morning commute over the bridge is massive. And so this is not something you can do and only impact 25 residents. You're impacting 20,000, maybe more. So
I don't know about everyone else, but I'll go out on a limb to say that I don't think now is the right time to slow down traffic on Cape Coral Parkway. No. We're doing an awful lot as it relates to parking. In a previous section of our meeting today, we're talking about gaining parking spaces with dumpster management and whatnot. I think especially, at least in the South Cape District, we need to get to people through there, especially in the mornings and the afternoons. And we're doing all that we can to attract them to get off of that road and make it walkable. And so since they're willing to walk 2 to 6 blocks to get while the getting's good down Cape Coral Parkway, get off of there and get parked in and behind, and then walk to where you want to go. I'm sure everybody else has been to many cities where they have those main thoroughfares. You still got loads of people walking on both sides, but it's because they've gotten off that road and parked in the back, and they're walking at those, whether they're bistros or retail outlets or whatever it is. But they're not slowing down and parking out on that road. They're getting off of that road and coming at it from behind those businesses. So I would personally would not be in favor of slowing it down on Cape Coral Parkway.
I have to agree, but I don't know if we need to eliminate parking on Cape Coral Parkway right at this time. Maybe, I don't know if that gives us the opportunity to implement like time zones, like from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. going, westbound, you can't park. So it opens up to 3 lanes, but then at nighttime you're allowed to park down there, that type of thing.
One of the things that we've been doing, and that the CRA, the previous board did, was that we just added all the parking on Vincennes, south of the parkway. So it used to be 6 or so parallel parking, and now it's, a dozen angular parking. There likely is an opportunity to take all those secondary streets and actually increase, by restriping them, likely we can actually add the amount, if we remove the Cape Coral Parkway parking but replace them with angular parking on the side streets, we could probably add to the parking count total, but you're eliminating that immediacy, so there's a balance. I know once the bridge project is done, One of the key things that the county is focused on at Cape Coral Parkway and Del Prado is having 3 lanes to move freely through that, because that queue, that signal with 2 is what really binds up the traffic. And so if you can get a whole nother lane through there, through that queue, you're turning over, you got a 50% increase in traffic through that intersection. If they only get to go 1 block and then they're pinched into a 2 lane because we've got on-street parking in front of Big John's, you're going to basically only store enough to get them from the light to Big John's parking lot. So, this is something we need to look more comprehensive and see, what is the count on Cape Coral Parkway, and can we replace those counts in the South Cape or improve, even add to it. And then I think we have accomplished somewhat of a give and take, right?
Yeah, I know when the bridge gets done and all that, it's gonna have to happen. But I'm saying in the interim, making that change right away it's gonna be a shock to people. But in the interim, can we make it so that there's, time parking, like you're not allowed to park on the parkway between, is that something that we can look into implementing? It has nothing to do with this, but just a thought that popped in my head. Yeah, it's gonna be kind of like a change. Like people get used to not parking there, then when it actually happens, it's.
You can. It was explored once before. There was actually part of the signal, the mast arms. It was lanes open, lanes closed. It was parking. The logistical thing there that ended up killing that was the tow trucks. So if you are not off of that parking spot at 4 o'clock and it needs to be open at 4 o'clock, you were getting towed. And so if you were 5 minutes late with a haircut, you were having to go get your car in Fort Myers somewhere and pay a compound and tow fee. So ultimately,
you learned that lesson once, I feel.
Yeah, well, sometimes it's out of your hands though, right? It's not your fault. So that what happened was and I'm free to explore whatever you all want. We can, so the answer is, in short, is yes, it can be done.
Commissioner Gunter.
Yeah, one of the things you mentioned I was gonna bring up, I think, the angular parking where we increase additional parking spots. I think that's something that we should do sooner rather than later. Like you said, we've already done a few streets in that fashion. It's worked out well. It increased parking spaces. So I think we need to try to implement that throughout the CRA anytime that we have the space to do that.
So do you want me to go down Cape Coral Parkway east of Vincennes and get rid of those spots now since we just added all those?
Well, let me finish my comments. I think that once we do that and we add additional parking spaces, then that's something when we take a look at Cape Coral Parkway, we know it's not if we need to do it, it's definitely needs to be done when the new bridge is built. I wouldn't be probably in favor of, and I know we had this discussion several years ago, with the time parking. In theory, it makes sense. But as far as trying to implement it and regulate it, I think it'll be a nightmare. In a perfect world, I agree with you 100%. I think that's a good way to approach it. But we're going to be towing cars in the morning, we're going to be towing cars in the evening. To me, logistically, I think it's going to be a nightmare. So to me, either we do it or we don't. We already know at some point we're going to. When we do it, I don't know when the best time to do that. I think first, all the on-street parking that we do the angular striping. And I think that's fairly inexpensive for what you're gaining out of it. So I would support that. And at some point, we definitely, I've always said between Coronado and Del Prado, that needs to be no parking, 3 lanes each direction continuously. And I think that's probably the direction that we need to try to get to at some point. But I can't remember exactly how many parking spots were on that roadway. But I think that we can find, with the purchase of the Vincennes parking, doing some angular parking, I think we can probably increase the amount of parking, even if we decrease the parking along Cape Coral Parkway?
There's 4 parking spaces between Vincennes and Del Prado on the south side, the eastbound lane. That's what blocks up having a 3rd lane from Vincennes. And we just opened, on the north side, by Big John's parking lot, there's more. But on the south side, heading out in the morning, there's only 2 banks of 2 spots.
If I recall correctly, it was like 20, 25 parking spots total on both sides of the road, just going off of memory of a few years ago, but it was minimal. But I think at some point, we're definitely going to have to do that.
Commissioner Shepard, then Carr.
Yeah, I'm for eliminating the parking spots on Cape Coral Parkway, because how I look at it is we want it to be inviting to come to the CRA area, even for people that live in Fort Myers to come here to the restaurants. And if we have slow-moving traffic, that's going to hinder people from wanting to come here. We want traffic to be moving consistently, because people will avoid the area if it's congested with traffic. So, like was earlier said, we're not talking about an immense amount of parking spots. Mayor just quoted maybe 20 to 25 spots, and we've already created more than that. So, I think the traffic moving in a more, in a better fashion, is more inviting to the downtown. That's my opinion.
Commissioner Carr.
Yep, I also agree with that. I think anything that we can do to expedite making it 6 lanes is the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Not waiting for the bridge to be done. I think that it would still improve the commute, both east and west, morning and afternoon. So I think there's a lot of opportunity downtown. Recently, I parked over on 47th Street, 47th Street, which was very close proximity to 47th Terrace, which I have never parked over there, but I think that's very walkable, maybe an opportunity for some angled spots on that street as well, on top of the Vincennes that already exist. But yeah, in the speed, I mean, everybody's talking about speed, and I believe it's 35 through that area from Coronado eastbound. I don't think the speed increases to over 40 until you get down to Santa Barbara.
That's westbound.
Westbound, but I mean, coming eastbound, well, east and west on, from Del Prado, say, to Santa Barbara, I think is 35. That might be kind of, the traffic engineers can assess, whether or not it should go to 30 in that downtown area. I think moving traffic at 30 is better than stop and go traffic at 15 or less. So I would expedite, that project if it's feasible, and recoup the spots elsewhere sooner than later. So I'd support that.
So to allow us to move on, it sounds like you have a general consensus that is to get the parking off sooner than later. And I believe, there'll be enough, if you will, confusion and whatnot once that bridge project begins and is completed, that if we do that sooner or later, it'll get everybody accustomed to that prior to all that. So I would certainly support that as well. And so with all of that conversation and consensus in mind, should the green highlighted area remain or be removed?
Be removed. Because you wouldn't be seeking a balance between vehicle and pedestrian. You'd be
overweighting toward vehicle.
Honestly, in addition to that, there's other language on this page and the one prior that we'll want to re-examine. So expect at the next meeting some additional language to reflect the discussion you just had that'll have changes in this section.
Okay. So consensus to remove that and reevaluate some of the other areas to be consistent with what we just talked about.
So, both hats here. This is the CRA committee telling the executive director, in the plan, the intent is to remove parking from Cape Coral Parkway.
Yes.
At some point, the city manager is going to have to bring to the council with the traffic engineer, hey, by the way, the CRA board would like to do this with the downtown. Do you all concur, and would you support doing that?
We'll let them know you're coming.
And if you need his number, let me know.
Commissioner Carr.
Just a quick question based on that. You know, I would go backwards, I guess, in my comment, because if it's not safety, I mean, if the traffic engineers say it's not possible, I don't know if these studies have already been done, then maybe we don't remove the spaces until we know we can actually utilize the space. If we can't utilize a third lane, there's no reason to remove parking, correct? So I mean, chicken and the egg, but I mean, I don't wanna remove spaces and not have the capability of the third lane.
Yeah, I don't think we're talking about, he's talking about speed, I believe.
I thought he was talking about the lanes.
When I tell the city manager that the CRA would like to look at this, then the city manager will get with the traffic engineers and public works.
Right.
And actually look at, from a transportation planning and traffic engineering perspective, the viability of doing it and how it would need to be done. And then that would need to come in a cow on how to accomplish it.
Okay,
To the council.
What you're saying is don't pull the ripcord now.
Yeah, so we're not, in other words, so it's difficult thinking in two different heads here, but one is gonna, we're not gonna move forward on taking away spaces until we know we can utilize the space. All right.
What you all are voting on here is the CRA commission is, what do you want to have in the redevelopment plan
Okay.
to accomplish the goals of creating a vibrant urban downtown? And so right now, the language in here said, let's seek a balance on Cape Coral Parkway between pedestrians and vehicles.
Right, gotcha.
Commissioner Gunter?
Yeah, and just to give you a little bit of historic information, you know, because I was a part of that several years ago, that discussion. I will tell you the traffic engineer at the time, which I didn't really agree with, but their argument was once you get north of Del Prado, the 3 lanes, one turns into a turn lane to go into a side street, and then the other 2 lanes goes to the bridge. So the argument was we can have 100 lanes, but it's still going to bottleneck at some point down to 2. So that was their argument. I didn't really agree with that, but that was the argument they were trying to make.
So that's are you talking about Del Prado itself?
Yeah. No,
Yes.
Cape Coral Parkway, once you go past Del Prado.
He had the wrong direction.
Right
He was
there.
talking about westbound.
Westbound, okay.
Yeah, westbound.
So that's where the traffic engineering comes in. You have to have depending on the speed of the roadway, there has to be so many feet for a merge to allow a driver who's going the speed limit to successfully get over, depending on the gaps that are in the traffic. And if it's not, you wind up with side swipes, or you wind up with people driving off the end of the road. And so that's where this recommendation then will go back for engineering and planning analysis, and then to look at, okay, this is what we would need to do to be successful if that's what we want to do.
All good?
Good, 10.
Okay, let's move on. Our next highlighted section here is on what I have as page 39. It is talking about block length and the mid-block crossings.
Chairman, before we jump to 39, I had a question before we go that.
Okay.
Ahead. Apologize.
Sure.
It wasn't green marked.
No,
But
absolutely.
in the sub-district section that we were just in, there's no sub-district for the golf course area, Palm Tree, Country Club. There are, basically every other area of the South Cape has some level of sub-district description. Could we come up with some sort of description for the, and I don't know what you want to call it, but I mean, something that's appropriate for the residential portion of the CRA, having it be a sub-district identified within our plan. Instead of calling it the expansion zone, we've talked about this.
Club zone.
Clubs, whatever we want to call it, I think just having, another numbered section, that's literally the only area left out that I could find in the plan.
Yeah, I've heard that you've mentioned that more than once, and I think it's a good idea, and provided no one has an objection, we'll do that. We'll figure
Maybe
out.
Asbestos Village.
We'll talk about some good names, and bring it to you at the next meeting.
I appreciate it.
The driver, the putter, the wedge.
Yeah, I think the representation is there, and, with our executive director is focused, and I think he's
Sand
got
traps.
some good ideas, but I'd like to have something spelled out in the plan that keeps it on everyone's mind instead.
Yeah, we'll make a new sub-district for it.
Tom's already emailing Breeze on it.
I didn't hear you. Say it again?
No, you didn't hear me, exactly.
Okay.
So the next district in this is the Bimini Basin. On this one, I just added some new language in this paragraph to acknowledge that one of the two entities discussed in that paragraph before, which was Bimini East and Bimini West, has seen some action, and I wanted to just recognize it and also note the other side, on the east of Four Freedoms Park, remains nearly completely assembled. And to that idea, I want to make this map a lot bigger, maybe even like half the page, and clearly show the amount of assemblage that's occurred on Bimini East. So as a developer might be looking at that, they will look at it and they can see, wow, that block is nearly all assembled. So that's the change that I'm going to make to that figure. And I also added a little language here about the Bimini Basin mooring field, which, if I'm not mistaken, is still under evaluation, or is it fully committed?
It's going now, yeah.
Okay, so then I'll change this a little bit to make it more concrete.
In design.
In design.
Mr. Commissioner, I can't
Commissioner
remember
Carr?
your title, yep. Chair, thank you. Not to keep going backwards, but I apologize, there wasn't any green, but I wanted to at least talk about, there's a significant discussion about the connection of the Rubicon Canal to the Bimini Basin. Is that something we want to even leave in there? Is that even a possibility? I mean, do we want to have a conversation about that?
It's a little further in the document.
I thought it was on 34
Um,
and 35. No? Am I missing something?
The pages here are not the same as what we have.
It's section 4.4, transportation.
We're almost there.
We're almost there.
Oh, I thought we were already there.
That's right.
yeah, we're almost there.
Sorry about that. Okay, I
We're
can
going
wait.
back to the future.
We're at 4.3.
Jumping around, I can't, I
Just
got so
ahead of
many things
yourself.
going on.
The document jumps around a little bit too.
Mo, help him out over there.
All right, so 4.4, transportation.
Don't leave the guy hanging.
This is where the language Mr. Carr was referencing is that I believe Mike wanted to talk about connecting the Rubicon and the Bimini, and to what degree.
Yeah, so, you want to go back to the figure that shows,
How about an aerial?
oh, how about an aerial? Yeah, that works. So when this was originally discussed, there were there was basically a thought of connecting the canal on the top, which is the Rubicon, basically getting rid of the road right-of-way and building a bridge on Cape Coral Parkway that would connect the Versailles Canal to the Rubicon. So that's a very expensive endeavor. It involves building a bridge. You're completely disrupting traffic on Cape Coral Parkway for 9 months while that's under construction. You'd have to direct traffic around, and then you would be then also cutting off 47th. So now you also have to dump all that traffic onto Cape Coral Parkway to get around. Another idea that I think has a lot of merit is, if you're familiar with where the Luminary Hotel is, they called it bringing in the waterfront. So they left the street there, and it looks like it's a bridge, but it's really not. It's a box culvert where the water comes underneath, and there's a stormwater treatment area on the inside. Part of what we're doing with providing the stormwater treatment credits in the right-of-way, we could do a very similar project here where we make 47th look like a bridge, and we make Cape Coral Parkway look like a bridge, but we take that 6th place and actually make it seawall and actually make it a stormwater treatment area with a fountain and a walking path on either side. And then what happens is, right now, none of the businesses on the north face or have access to 6th, and the business on the southwest corner doesn't have access to the 6th. Only the one on the southeast corner has it, but they also have access to the alley as a secondary means of ingress and egress. So this is one I think has a lot of viability, that we could actually make it look like they are connected. It would fix a lot of, for those of you who were here, you know, a couple years ago we had some bacterial issues that were occurring in Bimini Basin. We found out that it was the 60-inch pipe that's underneath that road that was clogged. We had to clean it all out, and as soon as we cleaned that out, the flushing happened, and the water quality in the basin improved almost overnight. So yeah, I think there is still some opportunity to keep that in the plan, but maybe not have it a navigable connection, but more so a stormwater treatment one that would make it look like, from a driver's perspective, that it is one waterway where it's actually not. It's more like what it looks like at the Luminary downtown.
And did I understand you to say that we would make, if you will, faux bridges on Cape Coral Parkway? So they would be walkable underneath, so that, I mean, would that be something incorporated with the bridge, so that, like, from 4 Freedoms to get over to 47th, they wouldn't have to worry about crossing Cape Coral Parkway? They could go under the bridge?
That's like a pedestrian overpass?
Yes.
No, what I was talking about was Cape Coral Parkway.
Right.
So you know, on the south side of Cape Coral Parkway, when you're passing the Versailles Canal, you see those bollards, the nice looking bollards. You would actually do that on the north side as well, so it looks like you're going over a bridge, but you're really not.
So there wouldn't be any reconstruction of Cape Coral Parkway?
There would, but it would be, you wouldn't have to take down the entire thing. Because you would expand from one 60-inch pipe. You would probably build a larger box culvert to allow a lot more flow of water between the two. Right now, it's one 60-inch squash pipe that is underneath there. You can see it there. It says 60C IPP. That's the cured in place pipe that we put in there a couple years ago. But it doesn't really provide a lot of flushing. So there's, you know, that's an opportunity. Those are engineering design things. How you would accomplish that? Could we directional it? You know, would we need to open cut? You know, how do we minimize traffic? Those would all be things, but I think the project in itself has merit, especially once we get the mooring field and a lot more traffic with bigger buildings. How we allow better water quality and water flow, I think, is important.
Commissioner Welsh?
So with what you're saying, would you remove the language that says constructing bridges and keep it as it's still a connection from the Rubicon to the Versailles Canal?
Yes.
With what you're saying with that stormwater, it's still connecting the two together, it's just not connecting with the bridge?
Correct.
So you're recommending that we would remove the last line, constructing bridges on Cape Coral Parkway and 47 Terrace to accommodate boat traffic? That would clean this up and still allow you to do what you recommend?
That would be my recommendation. Bridges are just,
I personally don't think a bridge there would work at any time, so I would be in favor of removing that language.
Commissioner Carr?
Yeah, I would agree. I didn't think it was even, I mean, anything could be done, but I don't think it's feasible to leave this as a pipe dream in the plan. I mean, it changes everything down there if this were to happen for many, many reasons, as they described in the book. If we pull up a picture of downtown Fort Myers, it might gives even me that knows that area very well, a reminder of what it looks like. It's, you know, Edwards Drive is not a bridge, but it appears like a bridge over the water where they brought the water in, so to speak, from the Caloosahatchee. Just go to maps, you can see it, but
on the right.
I just want to make sure I'm on the same page. This is what you're describing, Mike.
Zoom in, right? Yeah.
So you got to go with the satellite view.
There you go.
the red pen on the left.
So this.
Uh-oh. This is my art.
Why did I end up there? Right, so
Just show an aerial, I think you could just do the aerial.
This seawall here is where the land used to be, and they actually excavated this back. This road was actually all on land, like this
Zoom it in.
over here.
Zoom in a little bit.
What they did was they dug back, and they actually created stormwater treatment areas to make it look like this is a bridge. So if you drop it down.
Yeah, that's the best place. Then you rotate it. Yeah, right there.
Right, so it looks like they're going over a bridge, but it's not a bridge. And so the thought is, you would have that on Point 7 and have that on Cape Coral Parkway, and it would look like water's connected all the way through, but it's really a stormwater treatment area that's in between on that sixth place.
It's actually Fifth Place we're talking about, right? All right, just want to make sure I got the right road. The one that lines up with the canal.
Yes.
Okay, so it would appear connected by water, but it would only be for stormwater treatment. You'd have a view and the benefit of the views and the appearance of it all, and functionality with water quality as well.
Yeah, right now, the water that, to connect both of those has to literally travel from north of 47th through a 60-inch pipe all the way to Cape Coral, south of Cape Coral Parkway. So this would make it literally 100 foot on 47th and like 200 foot on Cape Coral Parkway, and everything else would be flushing, and it would improve the water quality of both the Rubicon and the Bimini Basin.
But it would eliminate travel on Southwest Fifth, or
Yes.
Southeast Fifth.
Yeah.
That would be water. All right, I think whatever that language would be in replacement of what's there today, making it a navigable canal, then I think that's what we should do.
Yeah, whoever wants to develop this should pay for that. That's part of their.
So, do we have enough consensus to remove the accommodate boat traffic?
And the bridges.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Okay, let's look at section 4.5, streetscapes in the public realm. Mike, you called their attention to this one.
Yeah, that was more connected to the Cape Coral Parkway. We've already went through it.
Okay.
It just highlights right now in the South Cape, as we start to transition to, and I kind of mentioned this during the parking study. Right now, 50% of the land in the South Cape is dedicated for parking. So as we transition to a more urban center, we're going to have to congregate the parking into parking structures, and then we're going to have to start peeling back the amount of the right-of-way that is given to the vehicles and give it more to the pedestrians. Because in an urban center, you want more pedestrian walkable areas than you want everybody driving and parking everywhere.
In the floodproofing section, I added some language basically pointing back to the South Florida Water Management District discussion that we previously had.
Okay.
I believe Mike wanted to talk a little bit about gateways, but also Gwen wanted us to add some language here to recognize the opportunity to place smaller monuments on less prominent entrances to the South Cape. Not every welcome to the South Cape needs to be a giant sign. There's other little things we can do on our smaller roads and entries. Is that about what you wanted to say too, Mike?
Yeah. You know, one of the gateways that we're talking about is the pedestrian bridge over Cape Coral Parkway at the base of the bridge. You know, branding that with the South Cape, which we gave to Lee County. But there may be other opportunities, like as you come into the sand trap expansion area. You don't like that?
No, you're going.
I haven't heard any other.
I tell you what, hit a mulligan.
You know, the Mulligan. We'll call it the Mulligan area. But
It is
But as
give it
as
a
you
second
come into
shot.
that, let's say from Country Club, or as you turn into that area, you know, we don't need giant arches everywhere. We could have smaller, you know, monuments just to start demarking the different areas that we're in. So that was what that was about.
And Mike, the pedestrian walkover, we talked about having the icons there that would represent the icons of the parking lots. And so now are we talking about having icons that represent the different sub-districts?
No, I think it just goes with the branding that you would, you know, it doesn't necessarily have to be an icon. It could just be a sign that is more structural than a street sign that says you're in South Cape Mulligan area.
Okay.
Okay, pardon the interruption. The next section we have identified, cruising through all of these identified areas and basically talking a little bit about them. And we got to the end, and I noticed that we didn't have any blurb about the golf course, and that we didn't have any blurb about our city-owned parking lots. Identifying those should be here. I will write up some language, and I hope it will please you guys, and I'll present it to you at our next discussion.
Yeah, just one thing that came to mind.
Yeah.
We talked about the old military museum. It's noted in here as Old Sweet Bay Grocery Building. Do we want to change that like we did previously?
Yeah, let's update that too.
The street location or the building at whatever
Intersection.
corner intersection of. Yeah, because if we're gonna change it in the one, we should change it in both.
You're wiping out history in one swipe.
I would prefer it say military museum instead of Old Sweet Bay, because at least it's a museum, but
That
if we're
building's not
gonna,
historic, is it?
Just the parking lot.
yeah. If we're renaming it, let's name it what's proper.
Thank you.
Gang, we are about to hit a couple hours of being back together. How much more time do we have? If we've got more than another 30 minutes or so, I would recommend we take a short break.
We have about another 40 pages, right? This thing's like 70 pages.
No, I think we're at page 48, according to my number,
Of 67.
and we wrap.
The handle over there is just over halfway.
Yeah.
Yeah, we definitely need a break.
Yeah.
I could use 5 and then probably have us done in about an hour and a half or less.
Okay, all right, let's do that then. Let's take a break, and just a short break. We'll reconvene at 2:45.
Okay, see you at 3.
Oh, you're going to lunch again?
Right across the street, and they had
We went to 3 restaurants.
every place we went to, we kept getting pushed like
Picking up where we left off, discussing the idea to add these two areas onto page 47. We'll continue through on page 48. This is talking about neighborhood impacts. There wasn't a whole lot of language to change there, but I will re-examine this traffic circulation section for anything that we need to change based on our previous discussion about the parkway. Then as we move through the document, we get to the section that I believe Mike wanted to talk about on page 50 about community policing, innovations, development, and implementation. The sentence reading, the CRA and the Cape Coral PD share some common interests and goals regarding long-term solutions for crime suppression and community revitalization in areas targeted by the CRA. Seeing that he's not here, I'll pause and we'll come back to that section once he gets here. In program 6.2, it talks about the different initiatives of the of this section, the community policing, and now, Mike, I see you're back. We had highlighted this section here. I think you had something you wanted to talk about here on community policing.
Yes, what I wanted to point out here is in our most recent budget, where we went to 4 quadrants for the CRA for district or for the city in our community policing, the 4 precincts. They also set up in the CRA. It has its own zone. So with the greater density that we're anticipating with Bimini and the Cove and Madison Square and some other projects that are being contemplated at the moment, the police have already set up the South Cape as its own zone for an officer.
It's already being staffed now, or?
Yes.
And in the section on program initiatives, the CRA had previously discussed things such as extended bar hours. That actually happened, and also an open container zone. So I added in some language there to provide a nod to that. The open container zone hasn't happened yet, but it has been discussed a number of times.
Yeah, I think we were going to look to see if we knew any attorneys that could help us get that done.
And that was pro bono, right? Pro bono?
I don't even know what that means.
I could help you if you understand what it means.
Ignorance is bliss.
I could help. I could help.
And in the next section, we made a similar nod to the Chester Street Resource Center.
Is he helping you pro bono? Yeah.
I'm gonna help him understand pro bono.
Oh, okay.
You have to report it. You might as well do it.
Can report 0 too.
In section 7, there are a number of things that are explicitly stated here that that are kind of public improvements and utility projects that the CRA might do. And one of the things that we had talked about that we wanted to add in here was, quote unquote, the redevelopment of existing parking lots to parking structures, and the redevelopment of existing parking lots to add structures and land uses beyond the provision of just vehicular parking. So to take our parking lots and think of a bigger future for them.
Mixed use.
The other thing we talked about, there's language further in the document, but this just reinforced the idea that the CRA is able to acquire, develop, demo, dispossess, or redevelop public or private property within the CRA, or provide incentives towards that end. On page 55 in section 8.2.1, there's language here that Mike flagged for discussion about shade.
Yeah, so this came up with the Bimini project. So one of the things they wanted to do was instead of putting canopy trees around that, they wanted the palm trees, and the previous city council approved that. had we gone through this document prior to that discussion, one of the things that's noted in here, you'll see the last sentence in the green says, awnings and arcades are more permanent and offer protection from the daily rain showers that occur in the summer season. So rather than, one thought is, and I'd like for you all to consider so I could take it to the council, is if developers want to use palm trees as opposed to shade trees, canopy trees, one of the things that we should put in the code, for the land development code is, if they want to do that, then they should have some type of awning or arcade, shade structure on the building that overreaches the right-of-way or goes into the right-of-way to provide shade, elements and, refuse areas for inclement weather in the summer. Just a thought, it's already in the document, but it's not a requirement in the code as an alternate to shade trees. It came up kind of as an ad hoc one-off, and it's just a way to maybe link kind of the thought process that when we have these taller buildings, if you think about the Cove, right now, as you walk up and down the roads, there is not going to be any shade provided unless you're in the shade side of the building. But there could have been, and designed in the architectural elements of the building, canopies or arcades that kind of overhang the sidewalk, so that you are providing shaded areas that reduce urban heat elements, and also if it's raining, a place for somebody that was walking to work or riding a bike to work has a moment to just sit there and wait it out.
A note that I would have is, as it would relate to consistency, that if one developer chose to do it one way, use the awnings, the arcades, and put palm trees, and then on the next, you go through a side street, the next developer decided, no, they're gonna put the shade trees up, does that inconsistency along a given parkway fit into the motif that we want for, the visual appeal of the downtown area?
Yeah, so one of the things that's hard to envision, if you got to think kind of out, 50, 100 years, is when you start getting taller buildings and you start getting architectural design in physical structure, that becomes the attraction, or that becomes the draw for the eye. It's not the tree that's in front of it, right? It's so the thought process here is, as we're going vertical, if there's ways to use that verticality to provide the shade in the structure, it becomes. So if you think about, any metropolitan area, each building kind of is iconic or has its own architectural elements, but that is known because of what it is. It's not, whereas if you think about kind of where we're at today and other areas that are kind of like it, whether it's, some places in Orlando or some places in Lakewood Ranch, really the streetscape is the connector to the corridor. And so the vision here is really having the architectural elements of the structures should ultimately, overtake that. But we're not there now. We're kind of in a transition period. You think of downtown St. Pete, Tampa, the buildings themselves all have their own unique architecture, and how they incorporate those structural awnings and arcades. It becomes part of the uniqueness of a specific building and a place, as opposed to Cape Coral Parkway or 47th.
And the other thing that came up that I know was, as it relates to the root structure of those two trees, if you will, that the palm trees, would end up having a different effect on the sidewalks and whatnot than the shade trees would. Are we inviting a problem by giving them the alternative and then turning that into a sidewalk issue?
No, I mean, right now the code calls for shade trees to create that environment. What I'm trying to flag here is that this redevelopment plan calls for awnings and arcades, which are more permanent, was a vision of CRA. How can we get the buildings, as we're going vertical, to provide the shade? And I was just pointing out that when we went and allowed the Bimini project to shift from shade trees to palm, we didn't negotiate with the developer to replace that lost shade with something more permanent.
Gotcha. Commissioner Shepard.
Yeah, I think we should put a little more in there where we don't want to create landscaping that doesn't work. What I mean by that is with the Bimini project, trees would never be able to grow. They would be hitting the building, they would be busting up the sidewalk because there was limited space. So you just mentioned that they're supposed to put trees in projects. I don't think we want to encourage them to put trees where they won't work. So if there's limited space, palms and awnings are an option. But like the trees we have on Cape Coral Parkway now, you'll notice that they have very limited space for growth, and they're peeling up the sidewalk and the curbing and all that. So we don't want that to continue. So if they have the room for a tree, they could have a tree.
Commissioner Gunter.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the reason that we, during that discussion, one of the things that was brought up, and we have several hundred feet of issues in the CRA now where we planted shade trees many years ago, and the sidewalks are all tore up. And, you know, we've either went out and grinded them down as a temporary fix. At some point, they're going to have to be replaced. The little walk we did today, at least for me anyway, I walked right by the new Cove project. I mean, that's in close proximity to the sidewalk. The last thing I wanted to do is see them plant a shade tree. It's just going to tear the sidewalk up in time. You don't have that type of an issue when you plant palms. For me, I would prefer most of these projects because of the limited space. We're going to see more vertical development in the CRA as time goes on. So those buildings will probably be right at the setback requirement, whatever that may be for that particular parcel. So it's going to be limited amount of space for trees. So I'm okay with the palm trees. I wouldn't make it mandatory for me. I don't think I would support that. That particular project has to provide awnings over the right-of-way or over the sidewalk. If they're just putting a palm tree in, if anything, they're probably doing us a benefit because it won't be tearing up the sidewalks that we're going to have to repair or replace. And then something to your note, or whoever said, you know, you have one project, okay, let's put some palm trees up. If we make it mandatory to put a awning over top of a right-of-way area, and then you got 3 more projects that, the shade trees are fine, then you're not going to have any consistency.
Right.
So I would support, you know, the palms or the shade trees, depending on what particular tree would best fit the area. If you're putting a shade tree that's not going to cause any damage later on, sure, a shade tree is fine. But if it's close to the sidewalk, you don't want a shade tree. We already see those results. So I wouldn't support a mandatory awning over top of over the sidewalk area just because somebody put a palm tree in.
Commissioner Welsh?
I'm okay with encouraging awnings and encouraging the buildings to look slightly different. Like you said, let the architect and the architecture be the driving in. If we have every building looking the same, then we might as well just build Lego houses. So if they want to use awnings instead of trees, I think that's fine. Let the architect or let the building designer kind of go with it, and it kind of makes it unique and gives more of a downtown feel. Just for me personally, you know, gives that little bit of character to it, and let the market kind of drive that. So I don't see any reason to change it. That's what we're looking at.
A follow-up.
Go ahead.
And to make sure I understood you correctly, Mike, are you talking about awnings on their property and in their structure? Because I don't have an issue with that at all. Are you talking about awnings that project over the right-of-way for pedestrian sidewalk?
Yeah, that's more the arcade, right? So the awning, it would be, you know, over the openings, you know, the windows, the doors, you know, that provide a small refuse area. refuge area, refuse, talking trash again. But the arcade would be something, is more substantial, right? It's kind of where, and the best place I've seen this is in New Orleans, where you've got, 50-story buildings, and like when you come to the front entryway or you come to the side where they actually have a restaurant built into, with public access to the main building, there's an arcade that extends out. It's 40 feet wide. It's got ornate pillars and metal works. It becomes an entire section of the right of way that becomes a shaded area.
And just for the record, our code it currently allows for that. The non-residential design standards for the South Cape will allow a developer to build an arcade into and over our sidewalk, should they be inclined. There's also requirements that X percentage of their frontage should have canopies and awnings.
But I thought you used the word mandatory.
What I was saying is, on like the Bimini project where we said right at the final hearing, let's let them use a palm tree. We didn't have, okay, so if you're going to remove X amount of square feet of shade, we would like you to consider putting in some type of awnings or public shade. Yeah, as a like a give and take. But I think I hear the consensus is let it encourage it, but not require. If you want to get rid of the shade tree, you have to put some type of awning.
Okay, great. Moving on. The next section that we have highlighted for discussion is 8.3. I won't read it to you, but this is it. Mike, this is one that you identified you wanted to say something about.
Yeah, and so this is similar to the earlier one about the CRA would review plans. This is one where essentially I will take the document as the executive director once we adopt it, and I will sit down with Matt and Amy, that's why Matt's here, and Patrick and the planning staff to as best possible make any amendments in the land development code to encourage or adopt what the vision is here. In the past, they had their own planning staff, the CRA did, and their own executive director. It wasn't both hats. And so the plan for that board was, okay, you all need to go work with city staff and get this accomplished. So I just wanted to highlight here that this is going to be more of a passive thing than you don't have to tell us.
I believe that's a similar idea for what you had highlighted here under 8.4.
Yeah, so this is an interesting one. So this one, basically was kind of having the CRA board review the building permit and the land use, and basically putting forth a policy that the council would adopt, and basically say, okay, city, you're not going to be able to issue a redevelopment plan or a building permit unless the applicant has written approval that what they're doing meets the intent of the redevelopment plan.
And that was during a time when pretty much anything in the CRA that was being built was going through the CRA board.
Yeah, and so we're not doing that now. I don't know if you want to add another layer of that. If we're not doing that, then my recommendation would be we just fold it into the review process for the planning staff. That they don't need a written document that says you're in compliance with the plan.
And in section 8.5, I just added this exact same language that we've already looked at, just chronicling the history of the CRA board and its power, the decision-making body. Here in 8.6, this section is on management functions of the CRA and the CRA's responsibilities. And there was a line here that said manage property acquisition and disposition programs. I wanted to loosen that, and so I proposed replacing that language with what is immediately below, which is language that you've seen previously stated in the document.
Hey, Bill? Patrick, before you go any further, Mr. City Attorney, you know, we know the history of the CRA of it jumping back and forth between it being citizen members or the city council taking over as the board. And even though I was against it first time around, is there any way to strengthen the language to make it more difficult for it to switch back, like a supermajority vote, or, you know, is there a way to write language in there that the next council can't say, no, we don't want this responsibility anymore, or does it just need to stay this way?
Let me just verify, because there's a statutory provision, and off the top of my head, I don't recall there being any limitations to that. So to answer your question, as long as there is no limitation under state law, we can in fact create a supermajority.
Yeah, I was
for it
just
to revert
curious,
back.
just to keep future councils from causing a disruption.
I understand, and so with that said, I will have an answer for you at the next time that we meet or when we speak one-on-one, and then if there is any interest to go forward, I could also make that amendment.
Patrick, can you go back where you were, and there's some strikeouts that are there, or added language. No, you were there, 8.6.
Right here.
So, managing property acquisition and disposition, that's not going to be a role, or?
No, it still is. It used to say managing property acquisition and disposition programs. I've expanded that to say managing programs for acquisition, pointing back to the first, development, demolition, disposition. So they're still there, but I've broadened it.
It's expanding it, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike, this was a section in 8.11, property disposition and development, that I believe you wanted to say something about.
Yeah, so, you know, with things that are developing now, with some other possible acquisitions, depending on which entity funds or purchases some property in the South Cape, I wanted you all just to, I didn't want to just skip through this. I wanted you all to be aware. So any property that the CRA owns, in order to dispose of it, there is a process outlined here that requires the CRA to invite proposals from and make all pertinent information available to developers, redevelopers, any person interested in undertaking a development. And then the second paragraph says the CRA shall consider all proposals submitted, including plans and specifications, financial and legal, time schedules, purchase and lease conditions, and any other information that may be required. Upon adequate investigation of each proposal, the CRA may negotiate with or all parties involved and may accept such proposal as the CRA deems in the best interest. So, big difference here between what is required in the city code for city staff, how Alex and I and you all operate with CRA property is completely different. Sky's the limit. We can negotiate with all at the same time. We can, there's a lot more we can do. And so based on that, there may be times where I may suggest to you all, this is a city property. Let's have the CRA buy it, and then let's let the CRA use its process. We'll have a lot more ability to compete in live time, as opposed to deal with one, see if we like it, close it out, go to number 2, deal it out, close it out, go to number 3.
Commissioner Gunter.
Is there a reason why we can't do that on both sides of the fence?
It's a legal question, I don't know.
In other words, there's a proposal here to make a change in the CRA, basically to, how I see it, is loosen some of the restriction and make it a little easier to deal not only with one particular developer, it could be a multitude of developers,
Right.
to try to determine what is going to be the best use of the property. And I know, as the city or the executive director mentioned, that we do it quite differently. We go through a ranking program and a variety of other restrictions that this particular policy does not have. So my question is, would it be beneficial to have a similar approach, whether it's a CRA property or a city property? And that may mean a code ordinance change, I understand that, but, and you don't have to answer that today, but I would like to know, maybe, you know, if it's good on this side of the fence, maybe we can do it on the other side of the fence too.
The only thing that I would add to that is that the CRA is given a little bit more latitude than the city itself, but that's something I could certainly explore and get back to you all on that. But I know for a fact that the CRA has got way more flexibility and latitude in terms of what it is seeking to accomplish, and as long as I can legally ground it in one of those objectives, then it works.
And is that concern statutory restrictions or charter restrictions?
It's statutory.
Okay.
Yeah, because the CRA is a creation of by statute, and as long as I can identify it as one of those bases by way of which we are looking to do what the CRA is seeking to accomplish, then it gives us that ability to execute, while the city has got a little bit more, it's got essentially one hand tied behind its back, traditionally, but I can certainly explore that.
And a little bit of research I did, I think last year, was with the CRA, a lot of it has to do with the plan. If it's in the plan, you have an awful lot of latitude. And where, if it's not in the plan, it's so restrictive, you almost can't do it. So that's why I think it's so important to make sure that the CRA plan is as broad as and as flexible as for us moving forward, because it's only going to benefit us at a later time.
Okay, moving right along through 8:12, we didn't have any comments there, nor with 9, nor with 10, until I got to this paragraph that talked, that ended this section, and it ended the section talking about the economic downturn and conditions from 2010. So at the next meeting, I'm going to bring back a new paragraph that brings us a little more up to date with the current economy and the current, state of Cape Coral and the CRA.
It should be good, because we've got.
It's going to be good news.
We've got vertical development.
Yeah, it's going to be good news. This section is about affordable housing. We talked about wanting to have some language in here that emphasized that the CRA is best spending its money when it's spending its money with other people's money and other grants and other programs. So that's what that sentence is aiming to say. This is a reminder for me. In 2019, the redevelopment plan update extended the sunset, and it included this language that said, to 2014, the maximum allowed time. And to my knowledge, we can extend the sunset 30 years from the fiscal year that the document is adopted. So that's a note for myself to figure out why that 2047 is there, and I'll have that updated for the next meeting. Because otherwise, I would presume we would want to extend the sunset another 30 years. As you're aware, the magic that makes this whole thing work is tax increment financing. Mike identified this particular section he wanted to say something about.
Yeah, I don't have my notes with me, but I think this one was, if, I didn't know if anybody wanted, if should have Mark come in and give a presentation on the TIF funding that we have, or if you want me to just do it as part of the budget process for the CRA's budget, maybe close to or around that time frame, kind of weave in, I know we do set up meetings and we go through the budget here, but kind of looking at where it comes from, how much individual projects are generating versus others. I didn't know if you wanted an in-depth dive or if you're generally comfortable with the knowledge base you have.
You're okay with
I'm okay with the, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
One of the things I observed here in this section was a reference to tax increment finance estimate charts that are quote-unquote produced, that are prepared by staff. I personally haven't made any of those. I imagine those are being made from our finance department. This is a note to myself to keep an eye on that and to have these estimate charts available, maybe not in the appendices, but certainly available should one of you wish to see it when this document's adopted. Oh, and also to add the new sunset date.
I think that was it.
Well, we're getting there, guys.
Got
We're getting
one little one.
Got a few more to go. In a previous section in the document, we discussed adding in the Art and Music Fest, so this would be another good spot for that.
The second effort.
The second effort is where you get the funding for special events.
And it might not be this paragraph, maybe it's in the first effort. In one of these two paragraphs, we could give the nod to the Art and Music Fest that we nodded to earlier in the document.
Yeah, because I don't think we've had a Columbus Day Parade or Italian Food Fest in over 10 years. So maybe remove those two and add our current, maybe the New Year's Eve celebration and the
Music
Art Fusion, and even the Art Walk.
St. Patrick's Day.
Soon to come.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I like this.
Yes.
But yeah, I'll update the events that are current.
All the way down there.
Okay, I think this is certainly an interesting section. This section is about short-term capital projects and strategic investment. It's basically your list of things you want to do. I don't know if today is the right time to go through and acknowledge which of these are done or not, or if that's something we might do at another meeting or perhaps through the course of the annual report. But I suspect if we look through these, we will find that we've accomplished them. And I also suspect that you'll want to look at them and perhaps rebalance which of them are highest priority to you versus not. So we can get into that discussion now, or we could talk about your action plan.
We should at least do the short term.
So these are your short-term capital projects that are identified in the 2019 plan. If you see any of them that you'd like me to pull, or if you see any of them that you'd expressly like me to add, please tell me at this time.
Chair.
Chair.
Well, I think.
Somebody was up there.
You didn't see the button?
I'm sorry. Go ahead. No, the light went out.
I didn't mean to wake you up, sir.
Commissioner.
Again, not to keep getting into this, but there's no sub-district here for the area around the old golf course with anything short-term. I don't know, I think there are some short-term things that we are either in progress doing or intend to do. So I'd like to at least add that in for discussion, if nothing else, add a section in here for that moving forward.
And we do have some projects that we are planning with transportation, roundabouts,
Yep.
streetscape improvements, cross-section improvements, acquisitions.
Bike lane,
Yeah.
Yeah, you got the multimodal part.
multimodal project there, yeah.
Is there anything we should go through this list and cross them off if accomplished?
47 Terrace Streetscape.
That would be in the entertainment district.
Unless you wanna signal, west, southeast 47 Terrace Streetscape, west of Coronado.
As remaining to occur.
Yeah.
Got my light on.
Commissioner Gunter.
Thank you. Yeah, when you look at some of these short-term capital projects, like a few people mentioned, some of these that we've already accomplished.
The waste receptacle.
You know, so those, I think we need to take them off of the list. Also, like Big John parking lot improvements. I know we have done some improvements. I'm not exactly sure what that defines. One thing I do not see in here, and maybe it's in the
Near term.
mid to long term, I think we need to have somewhere in here some type of parking structure, because we know we're going to need one. It's not a if, it's a when. And so I think whether it's in our, at least should be identified in our mid to long-term capital projects. The mooring field is in the mid to long term. Should that be moved up to the short term? So, you know, I don't know if we want to talk about all these today. Maybe that's a topic of discussion.
We have to bring this back with kind of
Right.
all the changes we discussed. So we can do that and just take up the projects then. Before we leave today, though, I do want to point out to you the plan revision adoption process, because it's important that you all know what we have to do with this when we're done. So we can go through with everything we've talked about today, freshen up the document, and then reserve some time to just deal with the projects.
Yeah, I like that idea, Chair. I mean, I think there's way too much to go through in an hour to discuss these the way that we should. And also get it closer to where it should be. I think this is outdated. I know there are things on here that are going that are not even listed. That, I mean, if we get this closer to where it needs to be and then have our separate discussion when we finalize the document about this section, I think would be better to get more out of it.
Is there anybody that disagrees with that?
I think we could have probably another meeting later on in time to,
Yeah.
just like we did today.
Yeah, certainly to go through, take the things off that should be taken off, and maybe from staff perspective, those things that have now moved up since then, that have gone from long-term to mid to short.
Well, like we talked about today, I now have clear direction on what you all want to do with the waste receptacles and the compactors. I mean, those projects have to go in.
Okay? So we'll handle that at another meeting once that work's been done.
And if I could make a recommendation,
Please.
because the areas that you have highlighted, you know, we don't have highlighted in our presentation, or at least I don't. And I looked at the paper copy and the copy as far as the background information, and then I went back to when we got a email, I believe, last week. None of mine's highlighted. So any changes that we make, maybe if you can make sure that it's highlighted when you give it back to us, so we know they are the noted changes
Yes.
that we discussed.
On the regular computer, the email, when it came through on the regular computer, it is highlighted, you print it out. It won't do it on the tab.
So we'll just have Connie, if you download Word, because I was able to download, both Keith and I were able to download Microsoft Word and open it in that instead of letting the email document open it. So it's just a different program.
Yeah, or you
Yeah.
can send it as a PDF document.
Yeah, or something.
We'll PDF
with the
it.
highlight-
Yeah, I
highlighted
didn't realize
PDF.
it wasn't coming through
Yeah.
the tablet.
Yeah.
Okay?
All right. The next section here is on plan amendments. I don't,
Yeah, I just wanted to go through that 13.2 with them.
yep.
So, second sentence, board may in its discretion change a proposed amendment that's brought to you. We're bringing you recommendations, but we're doing it collectively. But there was another process where the executive director would just proffer, here's my amendment, you all would vote on it. I think it's much better, especially since you all are just taking this over, that we do what we're doing, which is actually go through it together and look at it and discuss it. But following the consideration of the proposed redevelopment plan, the proposed amendment shall be submitted to the local planning agency of the city for review to determine if the redevelopment plan is consistent with the comp plan. So once we finish up what we're doing here, then we have to send it to the city. It's got to get scheduled before the LPA. Then they look at it for consistency. Staff will provide a report that will say meets or doesn't meet. I have Patrick on the team here. He's in the planning with Amy and Matt. So then the local planning agency will have 60 days to complete its review and send any recommendations back to you all. And then from there, then we consider the redevelopment plan, and if it's approved, then the city council conducts a public hearing after mailing notices required by the Community Redevelopment Act. So we've got kind of a back and forth with the LPA. Then if there's any changes to make, we make those changes, but then we have to go back, then we have to go to council, and then council has to mail pursuant to state law on redevelopment plans, a certain amount of mailing area and affected individuals, and then you all can adopt the redevelopment plan. So we've got somewhat of a process here that we need. This is not something we're going to conclude in 30 days. Maybe November.
Hopefully by the end of October.
Yeah, let's get it through.
Don't want to start this process over again.
Well, we can scratch out. I'll work with Matt, and we'll put together a timeline of kind of how all the minimum requirements for advertising, schedules that we have for LPA, schedules for council, schedules for us, advertising. We'll put a thing together and let you know where we think we'll be at for a conclusion.
I'm finished. Yeah, there's nothing else. Just the very last page had some appendices. I had to cut them to manage file sizes, but they will be in the adopted version. And I thank you for your time. I told you I'd have you out of here by 4:30.
And any idea when you'll be ready to come back and have a additional discussion?
I have a standing meeting or a weekly meeting with Gwen and Patrick and Sharon. What would you think? Maybe 1 week or two, maybe 2 weeks for what we went through today, just to get it down, tweak it, and look at it one more time?
Yeah, 2 weeks.
Yeah, 2 weeks.
So
when's your next scheduled meeting?
Our is May 8th. For CRA.
Yep.
Yeah,
May 8th for
that's
9.
why we had to get everything on this one.
Well, we don't.
Probably
You don't want to wait that long.
Yeah, that's why I said maybe we should pick a day now while we're here for a second subsequent meeting.
Well, we had tomorrow. Are we going to use tomorrow for the projects, or are we going to scrub tomorrow?
I don't think you're ready for the projects, are you?
It's just a discussion with you all of what do you want to leave in there and what.
If we can skip tomorrow and schedule another day.
Sure.
Because we're probably only, 2 hours on, to,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah, we did cancel the calendar.
There
you go. But that only
That's a
gives
good
them a
idea.
week to do what they need to do. You do in a week?
We can talk about that.
5 days?
As we talked about, eliminating those that need to be eliminated and you readjusting what you think, should be the new short, mid, and adding those like the dumpster project and whatnot. How much time do you all need to have that prepared to come back?
As long as you don't need to see it tomorrow for next week, as long as you're comfortable with us coming in Wednesday with the revised list, I think next week we could do. But we're gonna need I need a couple of days.
Chair, if I could.
Yes.
If we do go with the Wednesday, like it sounds like we're gonna do, take over the cow slot, can we just do it in Chambers instead of coming down here again? Okay.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm good with that, and also any future CRA meetings at City Hall. Instead of having, a venue here, I know staff, had to buy certain equipment and stuff just to have it here. Trying to mobilize here to have it, to me, I think we can get just as much done at the city as we can here.
I agree. I mean, if we had an outpouring of walk-ups, from the CRA, I would say come back. Since we didn't have that, I think City Hall is certainly appropriate.
How much time do you think that we need to set aside for this, for when we meet on Wednesday?
Just the morning should be fine.
Yeah.
9 to noon?
Yeah.
Yep.
9 to noon?
And do we need a motion from the board to have a special CRA meeting?
Workshop.
Or workshop, rather?
I think we'll also need a motion to cancel tomorrow, because it was already scheduled and posted.
Well, I'll make that motion. I'll make a motion that today's workshop, or this week's workshop will end today, and we'll have a second subsequent meeting next Wednesday. What's that date?
The 27th.
Yep, March 27th at 9 a.m. in council chambers for an additional CRA workshop.
Second.
We got a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimous. And just for the record, the next regularly scheduled meeting will be on May 8th at 9 a.m. in council chambers.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Thank you.
Thank you.